Hi, guys. Welcome back to the show. You're live with Young Brando, your host from Los Angeles. I'm very excited today, and it seems I'm gonna eat some crow as well. But hey, I'm happy to do it. They have spent the entire 2022 disappointing a lot of watch nerds and their own fans, but Omega has done it. The Swatch Group has done it right when it was entirely unexpected. Well, perhaps a little expected. We'll get back to that because it was overdue in a way because the patent that was generated for the silicon hairsprings was about to run out. So people in the industry were expecting, in fact, some sort of update, some sort of renewal of that patent. But I don't think anyone was expecting this bombshell that Omega just dropped. Um, Look, I have to admit, the title itself is a little bit of a clickbait because, one, as you all know, I am a Rolex fanboy. Uh, I am a collector of especially vintage Rolex watches. Anything 4 or 5 digits, that's my jam. That's my shtick. I'll never give it up. I'll never bow down to anyone but the crown. And you also know, if you have been following this channel for quite a while, if you have been following me from the very beginning, you know that I'm also a huge fan of Omega. And in fact, I have produced a number of videos over the last year trying to understand where the brand was going, specifically with these new releases they had come up with, whether it was the Moonswatch and, right around the same time, the novelties they had released in the run up to Watches and Wonders, which seemed to be cribbing in an important sense what Rolex had already made popular. And I thought for that reason it was quite unbecoming of Omega, because Omega is a brand that I know that had overtaken Rolex by besting them in the horological space race. So they had entered the 70s quite strong. Unfortunately, the quartz crisis had taken away the wind from their seals, but it didn't change the fact that ever since that time, it was always, in a way, in a subtle strife with its crosstown rivals, right? As you know, that both Rolex and Omega are actually originated from this bilingual Swiss town called Gien, or Gil in German. So it was always the brand of a reverse snob, so to speak. It was always the brand Omega of the person who knew better, right? Because that person had a watch that was just as good, if not better, than a Rolex. And hey, it was a bargain too. Now, of course, times have changed, but the fact that Omega has stayed committed to a mission of providing precision and accuracy in timekeeping has not changed, and they have proven it again with this release. I do want to share that, um, what I did about the Omega brand identity earlier. So let me drop that link. So there we go. This is the release that has been breaking the internet since the early morning. Um, the new Speedmaster Super Racing, and it is not just a simple new watch release by Omega, but something that may have changed the history of horology in serial production. Um, as you know, uh, Patek Philippe, the Swatch Group, and Rolex uh, actually spearheaded this uh, collaboration to innovate early on with the silicon hairsprings. Rolex, for the most part, did not really avail itself from that development, but both Patek and the Swatch Group, with Omega as its flagship brand, really put their eggs in that basket. And uh, the main drawback from the standpoint of the purist, in a way, was twofold for all the advantages of a silicon hairspring, which this watch, of course, has. One, that it did not have this ability of manipulation, of repair, that allows the average watchmaker to take care of a watch that is even from a century ago, to overhaul a watch that was even from the 19th century, clean it up, uh, pull it apart, clean it up, put it back together, and make it work in a pretty straightforward process, as long as it has a hairspring that is made out of some alloy of ferrous metals. Now, the silicon hairspring did not really afford this sort of manipulation. But perhaps more importantly, again, from the standpoint of a purist, it could not be regulated. Now, here is silicon hairspring 2.0 in a technology that Omega calls Spirit. And it's not a coincidence, of course, that they chosen these particular aesthetics of anti-magnetism, first and foremost, for this Speedmaster Super Racing, this whole bumblebee color scheme, um, as well as that uh, two color running seconds hand, is actually something they borrow from the Aquaterra 15,000 Gauss. And I want to show you a picture of that watch. So this was a watch, an anti-magnetic watch that Omega released in 2013. So a watch of which the 10th anniversary is being celebrated this year. So uh, that black and yellow aesthetic, the bumblebee aesthetic, is actually paying homage to this Omega Seamaster Aqua Terra. Hey, JB, so nice to see you, man. So great to see you. So, going back to the release of today, you have an anti-magnetic watch, right, which is, of course, primarily owing to its silicon hairspring that has been the most important advantage that a silicon hairspring brings to a watch movement. They have taken things up a notch, because The Spire technology, in addition to, of course, having this anti-magnetic balance wheel, has on the bridge of that balance wheel a fine tuner. Oh, where do we have this? Let's zoom in here. On the bridge, there is a fine tuner that, with a simple tool, allows the fine adjustments of the spiral down to a fraction of a second. So uh, by adjusting the stiffness of it, right? So the the idea is now, the last wall of resistance has been broken, right? All of us purists who have been insisting on this last stand, hey, it cannot be regulated, now have to take a step back and take a very good look at this movement, take a very good look at this combination of the spiral silicon hairspring and the anti-magnetic balance wheel with a fine tuner on its bridge that allows for fine adjustments, i.e., regulation. Um, you would remember Rolex's standards basically for its chronometric accuracy is plus minus 2 seconds per day. Omega's own Metas standards was 0 plus 2 seconds, no, 0 plus 5 seconds per day. Now, this particular movement, the caliber 9920, the coaxial self-winding column wheel chronograph movement, actually has an accuracy of 0/+2 per day. So it is a huge statement. And the fact that this is actually an innovation that will be uh, broadened, that will be actually disseminated, that will be offered in the widest variety of Omega models over time, and possibly in other um, product lineups of the Swatch Group, I think is again a very, very important announcement. Of course, the watch itself, especially if you are a fan of two register Speedmasters, two the oversized, larger than life proportions of Speedmaster racings could be very appealing to a lot of you. The watch itself is a monster of a watch, more than 44 millimeters in case diameter, almost 15 millimeters in thickness, and it is offered at 11,000 US dollars, of course, before tax. It comes on a matching classic Speedmaster bracelet, but also a NATO strap that reflects the bumblebee color scheme of the watch, as you can see right here. And since it's actually celebrating the 10th anniversary of that anti-magnetic watch that I just showed, namely the Seamaster Aquaterra 15,000 Gauss. It also has this particular font, this italicized font for number 10, which will remind you every 10th of the month, peeking through this aperture at 6 o'clock. So, very interesting watch, very beautiful watch to begin with, a very sporty watch, but more importantly, something that offers up real watchmaking innovation that promises to change the game once again when it comes to serially produced, mass produced watches, and especially sports watches. And it's, I, again, much obliged to Omega to even share this news. Quite frankly, I'm quite excited about it because for a little while in 2022, with all those cookie cutter releases in the run up to Watches and Wonders, those colorful Aquaterras and precious metal this, precious metal that, um, chiming this, chiming that. I was getting a little bitter. Uh, Frankly, I'm still a little bitter about the six different price increases that Omega has undertaken over the last calendar year. No doubt the brand has lost some of its identity, some of its everyman appeal over the years. And I think this is increasingly the case because the price point has changed completely. However, something needs to be said about Omega staying true to its uh, timekeeping credentials, staying true to its commitment to accuracy and precision. And here they provide it with the caliber 9920, which has 60 hours of power reserve. It is a self-winding column wheel chronograph that beats at 4 hertz, 28,800 semi oscillations per hour, and it has a silicon hairspring that is completed with Omega's new Spirit system, which, by the way of a fine tuner on the bridge of the balance wheel, actually allows for the fine tuning, i.e., regulation of that silicon hairspring by adjusting its stiffness. Um, Amazing, amazing. And finally, again, we say quite a bit about both Rolex and other brands in um, having such high standards that they would even overtake COSC certification, so to speak, right? The official chronometer certification. And of course, Omega had developed in collaboration with Metas exactly that kind of standard, which was again 0/+5 second accuracy per day. Now, with this particular movement and with the Spirit technology, they have actually outdone themselves. And in fact, this piece, this timepiece, has achieved a certified precision of 0/+2 seconds per day. Very impressive. Hey, Chris, how are you doing, man? Great. Some football conversation going on. I will need some translation at some point, but yeah, good call. Good call. So hopefully this exciting news will unfold in serious way over the course of 2023, and we will see even more watches from Omega and possibly from other Swatch Group brands that incorporate this particular technology. And who knows? I mean, for something of that sort, even I might be interested in adding something new to my collection, even though I have so far very stridently avoided, resisted getting anything with silicon hairspring. This is really promising. And as you can see, as a little Easter egg, the luminous material itself actually glows in yellow as well. So they have really committed to that particular color scheme that they have inherited from the Aquaterra 15,000 Gauss, and they are paying homage to it properly by innovating on what is primarily an anti-magnetic technology. Now we can even speak of silicon hairsprings thanks to the Spired system as a chronometric technology as well. And they have added, of course, the honeycomb dial to finally pull the plug, to finally drop the mic, to finally complete that whole beehive theme. This is really amazing. The retail price, Chris, is 11,000 US before tax, and I think it's like in Swiss francs, I think it's like 10 and a half, including VAT. So you can broaden it up from that. I mean, that's if you gave me 5 words, that's also my review. Chris, I mean, I'm someone who, in fact, prefers a lot of vintage speedies and preferably even, pre-moon stuff, because you can find smaller cases for the 321, right? For me, even 42 is a little too big, but this is a sports watch. People like big watches. The Speedmaster Racing was always one notch bigger than the Speedmaster, unless you count the Speedmaster Reduced, which also has a self-winding movement, and which was for a long while associated with Michael Schumacher as well. And think of it also, Chris, as a showcase watch. Again, I make this excuse a lot for Omega recently, it seems, because I've said the same thing for the Speedmaster chiming watch. I've said the same thing about those Jamset Speedmasters. But I'm going to say it about this too, except this is actually within reach for a lot of people. This is actually a sports watch that some people would not only wear, but would wear to bits and would love to wear. A lot of people, again, who don't participate in the group thing of our little corner of the internet, where we are all watch degenerates and so careful about proportions. 44 for them is normal, right? For people who have who have started with Panerais as their first serious watch, this is going to be just fine. So I would try to look at it from that perspective, but I completely understand uh, the concern. This is certainly not going to be my watch either, not anytime soon. But I'm excited about the fact that that Spirit technology is not something that is going to be uh, Speedmaster Super Racing whatever exclusive, right? It's going to be a technology that is going to be disseminated to well, I'm not going to say to the entire line, but over time it is going to appear in other Omega watches. So I think it's going to be just great. If not this watch, if you're actually intrigued by the technology, I'm sure at some point in time, and probably soon enough, they will offer something that would appeal to your taste and mine in terms of the case proportions as well. So that was pretty cool. I want to go back to and finish up the preview that I was doing of the Bonham's Paris auction, because that's coming up. But there's also some other auctions coming up with Sotheby's and others that I've set my sights on and that offer a pretty interesting collection to begin with. This is lot 294 from the Fine Watches auction in Paris by Bonhams, and it is a classic 1680 post red writing, so to speak. So you won't see any of the red Submariner writing on the dial. This watch is roughly from 1979, and it has an estimated value of $12,000 to $18,000. If you want to draw my attention to any of the particular lots, feel free to click to the link there and send the number of the lot with a super chat. Lot 296, it's Sly Stallone, as I like to call it. This is actually the 5-digit reference, so the transitional version that still has the nipple dial. But what we have here is a Rolex Submariner in 18 karat gold on a matching 18 karat gold bracelet with a nipple dial, applied coronet at 12 o'clock, a beautiful aesthetic, quite similar to the watch that Sly Stallone wore early in his career, the first serious watch that he ever bought, apparently, with the money he made from Rocky. From, as it happens, Tiffany and Co., his particular watch, which is 1680/8, is actually signed by that much vaunted retailer on the dial as well. But for the rest of us, something like this would do just as well. It's a real thing of beauty. This 16808 Rolex Submariner in 18 karat yellow gold from roughly around 1985, with a conservative estimate of 15 to 20,000 euros. 297 is another gold Rolex. This time it is a 4-digit Rolex GMT Master in full 18 karat yellow gold. The case is matched with a riveted oyster bracelet in the same material. And the aesthetics are pretty similar, as you have seen, to that later transitional Submariner. Of course, here you also have the GMT hand, the 24-hour hand. And of course, the rotational bezel here is a 24-hour bezel that allows you to set the watch to indicate time in a second zone. This piece that is roughly from around 1978 at lot 297 has an estimated value similarly 15 to 20,000 euros. Lot 298 is one of the absolute heavy hitters of this auction. It is a beautiful Cosmograph Daytona reference 6263. The Speedmaster was cool that we were just looking at in all its modernity, in all its innovation. It was really cool. The Speedmaster Super Racing with the new Spirit system. When it comes to black and gold, there's nothing that hits heavier than a vintage Rolex. And at lot 298, you have a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 6263 in 18 karat yellow gold with a champagne dial that beautifully resonates with the tones of that case. And of course, the black chronograph registers for absolute contrast. The picture is completed with that acrylic bezel insert, which serves as a tachometer, of course. An absolute stunner. This piece comes from early 80s and it is expected to fetch an amount between 120,000 and 180,000. This could be an interesting way to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Daytona, no? Oh yeah, that happens, Jake. You should hopefully I will show you my stainless steel 5513, which is a little older than that um, that 1675/8. The end links on those bracelets collapse over time. It's not the best side. It can be restored, but not always to perfection. I'm sure a good watchmaker worth his salt can put this in a more aesthetically pleasing condition, but that's just the way of vintage Rolex bracelets, right? They can also be fully refurbished and overhauled by secondary experts. I don't think Rolex does that itself, but Michael Young in Hong Kong is for example someone who has great reputation who does that. Someone who has restored my 5513 bracelet. Um, but yeah, the end links, just need sometimes a little bit of refreshing. In this case, that can be probably fixed or at least made better. But if you can get this closer to the lower end of the spectrum, close to 15,000 euro, even after um, all the buyer's premium and whatever else, you still have a good deal. I have to tell you that. I mean, these watches, even long before the pandemic, were already reaching $25,000 easily on any bracelet. Some of the more overpriced dealers were trying to sell them, in fact, for around the same price on a leather strap as well. So that was before the pandemic, and at the height of the market, they had gone all the way up to 40,000 and sometimes more. So you get a piece like this under 20,000 or at 20,000 with the bracelet, no matter in what condition, that's a pretty good deal. Not to say that the estimate will somehow be realized or constitute a high ceiling rather than the bare minimum, but it is a possibility, right? That's why we preview these auctions, and that's why we follow up on some of the results. Something that would again be of interest this time to the fans who enjoy some stainless steel Rolex. This is the famous Coke 16710. I have a watch exactly like this that's from a little later. This particular piece is apparently purchased on April 22nd, 1989. Has that slight eggshell patina already on the tritium hands and index markers. This is lot 299, yes. Which has a beautiful black and red bezel insert, which seems relatively fresh for the age of the watch itself. So it may well be a replacement. Not that that is a huge deal. Lot 299, which is a Rolex reference number 16710 GMT Master 2 Coke from 1989, has an estimated value of $12,000 to $18,000. Lot 300 will take us some years back to the 4-digit era and to a GMT Master Pepsi. This is reference 1675 from roughly around 1978. Everything has patinated so beautifully and evenly. You can see how puffy those tritium index markers are. And the two-tone bezel has turned into a soft pink in the lower half, and the blue has if anything, deepened a little further, which increases the contrast in a combination that is supposed to indicate, as you know, night and day as well. It's quite beautiful. On a matching oyster bracelet, this 4-digit GMT Master Pepsi is offered at lot 300, and it is expected to realize a final hammer price between 15,000 to 20,000 euro. The very last piece, very similar to the 6263 we had seen in precious metal in 18 karat yellow gold. We have a 6263 big red with a silver dial. Comes with its papers, as you can see, that match the model number and probably the serial as well, which they are not showing here. The sunburst of the silver again plays beautifully with the stainless steel sporty aesthetic of the rest of the watch. Of course, the black again adorns the three subdials for ideal contrast. And even if there are spotting on the chronograph sub-registers, they seem to be at least pretty evenly spread out within those subdials. So especially from a certain distance, namely when the watch is actually on your wrist, you have very little awareness of this as an imperfection. You can probably think of it as something that makes the patina a little warmer, as it were. Uh, God, I'm talking like a salesman here, so I do apologize because I have no investment whatsoever in anyone buying this piece. But I think in this particular example, everything looks otherwise so great that it would be a shame to completely discount it for the spotting in its chronograph registers. Again, the picture is completed by that black acrylic insert for the tachometer on the bezel, which distinguishes it from 6265, which had a bezel for the tachometer in the matching material. This is a 6263, so it has both for the stainless steel and precious metal examples a black acrylic insert for the tachometer. Lot 301 has an estimated value of 50 to 80,000 euro. Aiden, smash the like button. Thank you so much. Thank you, Gundog. Nice to see you. Nice to be here. Chris says, "What modern Rolex watches most appeal to you?" I have counted 3 for the professor about 2 shows ago. I will count them again for you in a second. Jake Brooks says, "I think they released this in 23 GMT2." I think Jake Brooks is engaged in a little bit of wishful thinking here. I know, my friend, that you want a Coke bezel, that you want a Rolex GMT Master 2 with the black and red bezel. So you're hoping that they come up with it. Why not? Why not? Never say never. Never say never. I don't know if they will come up with new bezel color combination for the GMT Master 2 for next year, but never say never. So, since Chris asked, I'll quickly go through this, and quickly because I have already just 2 days ago. But here are about three watches that I really like in the modern lineup, even though I'm not dying to get any of them. When it comes to Rolex, I still prefer things from the pre-ceramic era, ideally from before 2000, from the last century, as it were. If I can afford it, 4 digit. If not, 5 digit will serve just fine. I have a 5513. I have a 16013. I have a I have a 16753. I have a 16570. I have a 16710, so on and so forth. So that's my taste, but I appreciate a lot from Rolex's contemporary lineup, and some watches I like even more, namely the Sea Dweller 43 with the red writing. I think that's probably my favorite watch in the entire lineup. I love the proportions. I think it's too big for me, right? But I do actually appreciate the fact that the Sea Dweller of today, meaning since 2017, is actually more than just a thicker Submariner with a helium escape valve. It is a different watch. And in fact, it was the watch that perfected those proportions before they were scaled down and scaled up again for the entire Submariner range in the so-called Submariner 41. So I really appreciate Sea Dweller 43 for the kind of watch it is, and for the kind of watch that, to me, perfected the modern Rolex proportions. So I appreciate this watch, even though it is too big for me, even as a sports watch. My second choice is basically on the other end of the spectrum. It is this watch. Again, I have told you already that I am a huge fan of 4 digit Rolex watches. When it comes to vintage Rolex watches, my gold standard is the 5513, which is the jewel of the crown for me, which is certainly the most precious piece I have in my collection, the most important watch I will ever have. I would love to add at some point a 1016 to my collection. That is one of the watches that has gotten away for me. It is currently a little steep in terms of the pricing for me. I think that is the perfection when it comes to the Explorer as a model, as a design in the Rolex lineup. There's much to appreciate about the 1016. Minimally, it was the watch that was on the wrist of Ian Fleming when he was furiously typing away work that many Rolex fans and many watch degenerates appreciate so much, namely James Bond. And he wore it to bits. He wore it, when he was in black tie. He wore it when he was on his desk, and in any other circumstance or occasion that called him. So as much as I like the stainless steel Rolex Explorer of today, for me it falls a little short of what I really want. And I don't like substitutes, right? When I acquire pieces for my collection, either I buy exactly what I want or move on to the next watch, right? Because I also have very realistic goals and I never ever go over the budget that I set for myself. So in this case, my second favorite from the entire lineup is this two-tone Explorer 36 because it offers something new and because it's just a very good looking, sexy watch. So that's two. And number three, this is much less realistic as an acquisition, of course. It is a Daytona on Oyster Flex. I would love a white gold Daytona on Oyster Flex on this steel and black combination, right? That silver dial. I would love it. I would possibly, you know, I don't know which finger I would give up, but I would give up a finger for this with the meteorite dial, certainly. Um, and hey, this doesn't look too bad either. I think it would be a good cousin to what my friend Jake Brooks has. So, I would love this. So, just to repeat, I would love white gold Daytona on Oyster Flex. I would love an Explorer 36 in two-tone. And I would love an SD 43 in stainless steel. And you can already see a theme, right? It's for me, it's all about the proportions. It's all about having a certain range. It's all about having classic elements of design with a certain twist, right? Because again, if I can find what pleases me aesthetically, what I really want emotionally, sometimes against all reason, I'd rather go vintage or neo vintage. If I'm getting something truly modern, if I'm getting something from the contemporary lineup, I want those things to be distinct, right? So the Sea Dweller isn't and cannot be a replacement to 1665. The Two Tone Explorer is not and cannot be a replacement to 1016. And finally, a Daytona on Oyster Flex will not be a replacement for a 4-digit Daytona, a hand-wound Daytona based on Valjoux movement. It won't be a replacement to, let's say, a 5-digit Daytona 16520 that has as its beating heart caliber 4030, which is built on the base of Zenit El Primero caliber 400. It will be something different, something that has a very distinct touch of the modern, which is the white gold. And again, I think the white gold with the silver dial, in a way, has that strong aesthetic of the 6263 that we were just looking at, right? The black subdials, the silvered main dial. Here, of course, the uh, tachometer bezel is much more accentuated, and of course, it is in ceramic, whereas it used to be in acrylic at that time. So it's a great, I think it's a great iteration in my mind of the 6263, just more modern. So those would have been my few choices. Nick Butter, thank you so much. Hey Nick. Yeah, guys, I'll do a poll on this. Should I always do wrist checks? I don't know. I feel like, that's become a little passé now, but I'm gonna do it. It is the Bipolar Explorer 2 16570. Um, this is the watch that really made me part of the community. This is the watch that I got for myself after Archie's advice all those years back, when it was still the dog of the entire range, when it was the cheapest sports Rolex you could get. And I'm so happy with it. This is, I like playing around with things. I like popping out the bracelet, putting things on different leather straps, even NATO straps sometimes. This is the watch that I wear on the bracelet all the time. And I just enjoy it. I don't think twice about it. It gives me a lot of joy, a lot of joy. Thank you so much. Chris says, I have this white gold one. It isn't too bad. I concur. It isn't too bad at all. And yes, also the SD43. I think I'd rather have the first gen ceramic Sea Dweller. Okay, that's not bad at all. Not bad at all. I will. Yeah, let's do a little poll. Should I always do a wrist watch check? And while you are expressing your opinion on this vital question, please feel free to hit the like button as well. It really does help. It does give me that little bit of exposure. It is really important. You guys know I am trying my hardest. I am doing my best to reach 5,000 subscribers by the end of the year. I want to enter 2024 with a bang. So the work starts now. I really, really do appreciate it. Chris says, always do wristwatch check unless it is an Invicta monstrosity like the one in my profile pic. Look, I don't like saying negative things about anything really. So I'm gonna hold off on that, but I don't have any Invictas on my collection. I do have a lot of watches that scale that particular range, under $500, under $1,000, but I've never gotten even close to getting an Invicta. So it's never going to be Invicta. I can promise you that. So guys, we talked about the last few lots that I still owed you from the Bonhams Paris auction. We talked about the 3 watches that I would actually like to get. Perhaps it's never a priority from the contemporary Rolex lineup, which was the white gold Daytona on Oyster Flex, which was the two-tone Explorer 36, which was also the stainless steel Sea Dweller 43. And I have also started the show with some news from Omega, which really stopped me in my tracks, which really did shock me after 2023. This was the Aquaterra 15,000 Gauss that they had released in 2013. And on the 10th anniversary of this watch, they paid a visual homage to this watch by releasing the Omega Speedmaster Super Racing, which, as you see, replicates the Bumblebee color scheme, which reproduces, of course, the anti-magnetic properties of the watch. After that, as after all, that was the promise of the silicon hairspring. But beyond that, in fact, this new technology, the Spirit system, right before the patent expired, at the last gasp, actually renews, reinvigorates, and innovates on the spiral silicon hairspring technology by adding on the bridge of the anti-magnetic balance wheel this fine-tuning mechanism which allows the regulation of the silicon hairspring down to the fraction of second, and which achieves a precision of 0 to +2 seconds a day, which in fact outdoes Omega's already rigorous, already quite precise METAS standard. And this new watch, which follows the tradition of outsized, larger than life Omega Speedmaster racing chronographs, is offered at $11,000 retail with a case size of 44.25 millimeters. The watch is also around 15 millimeters thick. It has a honeycomb dial and Bumblebee running seconds hand to complete the theme. And of course, a sapphire case back that allows you a glimpse into the self-winding column wheel chronograph movement with the new Spirit technology. And finally, of course, the watch is presented in an appropriate box and comes with an additional NATO strap that echoes with the color scheme of the dial and the tachometer bezel. And of course, you have finally the date window at 6 o'clock, where number 10 is italicized to honor that legacy of anti-magnetism in Omega's lineup. So now we are moving on to the Sotheby's London auction. I have already done a preview of their Hong Kong auction. So feel free to jump on if you would like and join me in this conversation. Feel free to click the link to the listings and draw my attention to any particular one of them by sending in a super chat with the lot number. In either case, again, I appreciate your presence and support. Please hit the like button. It genuinely helps. We start with lot number one, which is a 4-digit Rolex day date on a president bracelet. Still has the sticker on the back. The watch is in a pretty stellar condition. And it is called the Crown Prince because it is actually signed with the name of the deputy ruler of Abu Dhabi. Khalifa ibn Zayed al Nahyan. And of course, as you can see, it has an Arabic date wheel, Arabic day wheel, and date wheel with Eastern Arabic numerals with that silvered dial. Which is a wide boy dial, so to speak, with these wider markers at the quarters. The watch, because of its rarity, pink gold day dates already being quite rare in and of themselves. This piece is, of course, signed in that particular way. People love Rolexes with Arabic dials, Rolexes with any sort of symbolism and crest. They're very well desired. This piece comes basically as a full set. The cost certificate, the Rolex guarantee, the leather card from Khalifa ibn Zayed and Al Nahyan, Crown Prince and Deputy Ruler of Abu Dhabi, Rolex calendar for 1969, and all the day dates booklets, hang tag, leather card holder, presentation case, the outer packaging, the whole spiel, so to speak. Everything but the kitchen sink, including the case back sticker. The estimate is 50 to 100,000 British pounds sterling. Number two is a pretty special Tudor Pelagos Para. It is reference 25600 TN. The piece is special because of something that makes it limited. Namely, this was a Tudor Pelagos that was special ordered in 80 examples for the Breville Platoon Para Company, the British Army's elite parachute regiment. The watch was offered to personnel of the Paras in 80 pieces to celebrate 80 years since the regiment was founded. So it is, in fact, a military issue watch. It is a pretty special Tudor piece that has the crest of the Para Regiment, the British Army's parachute regiment. And the current bid stands at £12,000 sterling with more than 12 days to go. Number 4, again, a pretty interesting watch. This is a reference 533. It is a hand-wound Patek chronograph from late 30s, but it is a pretty special one. First of all, it has a sector dial, which I think is relatively rare. The Arabic numerals complete the picture and give a very nice balance to the 2-register chronograph dial. One beautiful thing, of course, about chronographs from the time period is how you see often the proportions between the chronograph register and the crown, right? With chronograph registers perhaps being a tad smaller than what we are used to see later on, and with the crown being oversized as if to match the diameter of those subdials. And of course, the Valjoux 13, yes, Valjoux caliber 13 allows for that perfect alignment as well, right? Where you could actually draw a straight line from 9 o'clock through the chronograph registers, through the center of the dial, and dividing the crown, slicing the crown in half as well. So right now, there's a bid on this watch that had an estimated value of 30 to 50,000 British pounds sterling at 30,000 pounds. This is lot 4, a Patek Philippe reference 533 in 18 karat yellow gold from roughly year 37. And you can see that it has a special inscription that dedicates the watch to Captain Thomas North. And the watch has a pretty cool story if you would like to read it from the lot essay. That was lot 4. Next up, we have number 6, which was a yellow gold watch that was once presented to the Prime Minister of Great Britain, Harold Macmillan. This is a Vacheron Constantin 6032, Calatrava style Vacheron Constantin dress watch that does reflect its age. And it is apparently presented to Harold Macmillan at the Geneva Conference in 1955 as a gift from citizens of Geneva, who was at the time, I think, the Minister of Exterior rather than the PM, or at least that's what the case back says. Yes, he was at the time the foreign minister. That's absolutely right. Prime Minister Harold Macmillan played an integral role in one of the most precarious and tempestuous periods of the Cold War, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and established himself as the first nuclear armed Prime Minister of Great Britain. During the uncertain Cold War period, Macmillan progressed decolonization and featured heavily in negotiating the nuclear test ban treaty. And he attended under Anthony Eden in 1955 the Geneva Summit. And he was to replace later Anthony Eden as the prime minister. So this Vacheron Constantin 6032 was represented to him at that summit in Geneva. And lot 6 has an estimated value of 8 to 12,000 British pounds sterling. Number 7, we have actually a complicated Rolex, which is a good occasion for me to take a short break. I'll be with you momentarily. I'll be right back while you take a nice look at this Rolex reference 6062, which is a triple calendar with a moon phase indicator in yellow gold. I'm back, but I made a mess here already. So let's see if I can clean it up. Okay, I am back. Yeah, Moonface has a skeptical look. Moonface giving the side eye. It's that happens. That's one of the cool things about Moonface indicators, that all have a certain character. You know, some are romantic depictions like this that have an anthropomorphic tinge to them, The moon actually has a human face, expressing some sort of emotion, which you can't always discern. Some simply match the colors of the case or the fixtures of the dial. So let's say they would be in some tone of gold, in some gilt appearance. If you have a gold case, um, sometimes they have a realistic depiction, which kind of looks like how you would see the moon with its craters and everything in the sky when you have a full moon. And other times they like using um, meteorite, like the Rolex Cellini line of today, where you kind of split the difference, right? You get a look that's kind of reminiscent of how the moon actually appears in the sky, and you basically add a slice of that special meteorite sauce to the dial as well, which can make it enticing. So, as you know, Rolex never really distinguished itself for making very complicated watches, but in that mid-century period, they did have a few reference numbers, like this reference 60, 62, or like the reference 6036, the Dato Compax, which was a triple calendar chronograph, the so-called Jean-Claude Killy. So these pieces are relatively rare, and especially when they are in this sort of condition. And the color scheme on this, the piece being in yellow gold, and the dial fixtures echoing with that, with the pointer date pointing to dates written in blue, which itself plays pretty beautifully with the night sky behind that anthropomorphic depiction of the moon. This is a piece from 1953, roughly. It comes with a matching Rolex buckle in gold. The case is relatively well preserved. It's 36 millimeters in diameter. This 18 karat Rolex reference 6062, a triple calendar with moon phase from 1953, has an estimated value of 30 to 50,000 pounds sterling, and it actually has currently already 3 bids, and it is at 30,000 pounds sterling. Running seconds, moon phase, pointer dates, day of the week, and month. Hey, boss.
Ah, hello,
How are you
hello,
doing?
hello. Okay.
How you been? What do you think about what Omega has done yesterday already?
What did they do now? Tell me.
Oh,
And
you haven't been
enlighten.
following. Of course, when Omega does something bad, you're the first on it. When they do something good,
Yeah, what is it good that they
you
did?
don't want to listen. They have just released this new um, Speedmaster Super Racing with a new silicon hairspring with a Spirit system, as they call it,
Mm,
which allows the fine tuning of the stiffness of that silicon hairspring, which means that it actually allows for the regulation of a silicon hairspring, meaning revolution. I mean, in mass-produced watches, at least, this is huge. This was basically the main shortcoming of silicon air springs, that they couldn't be regulated.
mm.
So now it basically has this um, nifty little device on the bridge of the balance wheel, which can be fine-tuned to the fraction of a second by adjusting the stiffness of the spiral. And the movement has a precision rating of 0 to plus 2 seconds per day.
And
Pretty
who's gonna do the adjustment?
apparently the tool is so simple that it can even be done in an Omega authorized dealer. So
Ah, so
there
you
we go.
need to take the watch somewhere.
Well, I mean, it arrives adjusted. Huh? It's not like you need to do it every
Mm,
day in the morning. I mean,
okay.
other you can regulate your Rolex at home.
No.
Okay.
How much is this selling for?
This particular watch is selling for $11,000, and it is an absolute unit. Unwearable to my taste, but again, I'm more interested in what is inside right now. It's
Mm,
44 millimeter, well, 44 plus millimeter Speedmaster chronograph, almost
hmm.
15 millimeters thick as well. Um,
Right.
but Speedmaster Racing is a big watch, has always been a big watch, whether it included this technology or not. It's pretty cool.
Okay.
It's pretty cool. But Professor remains unimpressed.
Yeah, they can keep it. They can keep it. They keep on producing huge watches,
Hmm.
44 millimeters, right? It's on the quite pricey side, so I don't know. Are they going to include this new technology in all their watches? And will it
Yes,
also
yes.
impact the pricing?
Not all the watches, I don't think, not all at once, but um,
Hmm.
they are going to progressively introduce it to the rest of the lineup. Since it is actually the Spirit technology that they're pushing pretty hard, they had to renew the patent somehow, apparently, since it's it was about to expire after the initial innovation that they collaborated with Patek Philippe and Rolex as the Swatch Group, of course, working on the silicon hairspring to begin with. Of course, Ulysse Nardin had its own project that even precedes that, if I'm not mistaken.
But everyone will move into that category, into that segment, the silicon hairspring. It will be done by everyone.
Yeah, I
It
mean
has
that's
to.
that's the
Yeah.
point. I mean that's why they wanted to do something more before everyone was allowed to use the standard technology. So I do admire that. I think that's this is not innovation for innovation's sake. After all, I mean, it is a pretty big advancement when it comes to silicon air springs. The inability to regulate was one of the last bastions of resistance against them. No.
Yeah, but the watch still adjusts for 0 to 2, which is similar to Rolex today.
Well, Rolex is 2 + 2 -2, right?
Yeah, it's the same. They
Well, I
made the
mean,
gimmicky thing. They said 0 to 2, right? So they wanted to show that, oh, it's going to be, from 2 and below. And zero says plus, as Rolex says ±2. This is now we're talking about it. His name is Johnny, not John. Same thing. I'm simplifying it for the uneducated like myself. But charging 11,000 for it, I mean, okay. You see, that gives everyone an excuse to increase the tag at the end of the day. Oh, it's like a car. Oh, we included that. That's super technology. It keeps on going up. Cars don't get
Professor,
cheaper over time.
don't worry. Omega didn't need an excuse to have 6 price increases last year, so
Mm,
that's not part of the
certainly.
discussion at all.
Yeah,
But
certainly,
thank you.
certainly. It helps, it helps. But it's okay. They're very good. Felicitations to the Omega team. One
Great.
day they'll make it.
Yasha says, what I don't understand is why Omega insists on making their Metas calibers so big. That's a valid point. They can make them smaller like they do in the Aquaterra. However, all Metas chronos are in huge cases. Even the manually wound chromoscopes are gorilla sized for my taste. One watch I would love to see is an Omega Speedmaster reduced with a reduced size 3861 or smaller size chronoscope
Mm.
movement. I believe it will sell well. Um, I think it would sell. I think the Omega Speedmaster reduced is an underrated watch, and it has its own fans, but it is reviled by the majority because one, it's significantly smaller than what people are used to as Omega Speedmaster fans. And two, and your suggestion is actually taking care of that, Yasha. Don't take me wrong. Uh, because of the different caliber, the layout of the dial, of course, changes with Omega Speedmaster reduced. Let's take a very quick look at an example so people have an idea. It's not as monstrously ugly as a Moonswatch, perhaps, but still, to a lot of people, that spread out configuration of the chronograph subdials can be a little jarring, as well as the placement, as well as the positioning of the running seconds subdial. But in either case, people who like the Speedmaster Reduced like the Speedmaster Reduced. I like it. And I think a hand wound, manually wound Speedmaster in the same case size would find its fans as well, would certainly find its buyer. Whether it would sell well, that's not really my expertise, honestly. I don't keep uh, numbers, I don't keep counts, but I think it would sell. That's for sure.
Nowadays, Lord, if you had the purchasing power, would you actually go out and buy as your first watch an Omega?
Um, I think if I were today starting from scratch, and as a young person, I would I would probably go for Tudor and not Omega.
Ah, that's a very interesting development in it of itself, as you
Well,
know,
because
because
Omega, I mean, again, look, this is a platform, right? This is not just my
mm,
onanistic venture. So if I just base everything on what I would do, we would not talk about anything but vintage Rolex, Breguet, and Gégé Lecoutre, and do a nice little circle jerk, so to speak. But that's not what this channel is for. This channel is for a wider scale of appreciation. So we do actually discuss watches that I wouldn't necessarily go out and buy myself. I mean, I would never buy a 44 millimeter chronograph or any watch for that matter. Um, it is what it is. But yeah, Omegas are just too expensive for what they are. I wouldn't buy them.
I agree.
I
That's
mean,
that's that's my point as well. Exactly, I agree.
yeah, but I do appreciate a lot of what they do when they actually harken back to their commitment and their legacy to accuracy and precision in timekeeping. To me, seeing something like this is infinitely more exciting than the Moonswatch. It's infinitely more exciting than uh, Canopus something gold, Sedna something chiming Chronomaster or something. I mean, I
Mm.
don't, all of these are interesting marketing ventures that we can try to assess over mid to long term in terms of their efficacy, in terms of what they actually end up achieving. But as a watch enthusiast, this sort of innovation does actually excite me, even if I don't necessarily reach out for it myself.
Yeah, I think you said it, and this was also my point that the newcomers will not will not buy necessarily an Omega. They will opt for a Tudor, and I think this is what is structurally different than probably 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when Tudor virtually didn't exist, huh?
I,
And I
I
I
think
think
the
yeah,
numbers are there to prove that too. So
yeah,
it's
yeah,
it's not
yeah, yeah.
it's not just it's not just our personal opinion. I mean, if you actually go back to the federation's um, numbers and statistics over the last 5 years, we have discussed them before. There
Mm,
there has been a steady rise of Tudor. I mean, again, Tudor in a way it has become like Instagram, like social media in the world of horology. It has become so part and parcel of the discussion, and yes, sometimes there is a negative backlash too, but it has become such a fixture that it's hard to think of how the world for entry level luxury watches was before Tudor. I mean, after all, Tudor just restarted in the US a decade ago. Tudor introduced the Black Bay 58 when exactly? 2017, 2018?
mm.
Because the Black Bay Heritage came out in 2012. And when did the Black Bay 58? Yeah, 2018. So look, I mean, these watches now have become such a casual part of the discussion that it's not even, nowadays we complain about, like, Black Bay this, Black Bay that. Don't they have anything else? Well,
Mm.
whatever they have, it has basically captured the entire segment of 3,500 to 5,000. So now, of course, it's good to. It's like it's like a little YouTube channel. right? When it has 500 uh, subscribers, when it has 1,000 subscribers, everyone loves it. And then suddenly when it's 10K, 25K, 50K,
Everybody
everyone
hates it.
starts complaining about something. It's like Arsenal when they
Oh,
lose. Oh, they play beautiful football. We love Arsenal. Arsenal starts winning, the hate will come. So it's like that. I mean, again, I'm saying this as a Spurs fan, so just to give them their due credit. Um, but yeah, I mean, Tudor has become like that. It has been so successful, especially since the release of Black Bay 58, that uh, hating on it has become an industry of its own.
mm.
Whereas the sales numbers have been steadily rising. I mean, let's pull out a statistic from the federation. So we
What
have
what statistic do you want?
not show the audience the numbers of watches that Tudor has been selling.
Ah, that type. Yes. Hmm. No, I think that it proves the point because if you if you just observe the chats, the discussions taking place amongst these channels, including yours, you will see that everybody in the genre of watches for newbies and oldies and what they call the beater watch. I mean the beater watch, um, everyday wear watch.
Hmm.
Everybody selects the Tudor. Everybody is thinking alike. Oh, of course, there is a lot of that. Everybody's copying and pasting one another. There is very little innovation, but it's okay. It's okay. We're human, so we tend to do similar things. So
Yeah,
Tudor comes up, in all these discussions rather than um, 4 or 5 years ago, which was, oh, the beater watch was the
yeah. I
swing
mean, this
master.
is this is what we were talking about, right?
Yeah,
2017. You don't
yeah,
see
yeah.
Tudor in the top 20, right?
Hmm.
2018, which was, as we mentioned, the sixth year of its revival and the first year of Black Bay 58. 2019, Tudor is already cracking top 20 at number 18. And by now, it's entrenched in that middle mid pack. It's a mid table team now, Tudor. Maybe it's gonna qualify for a Champions League spot soon. I mean, it's been a steady rise, and I think it will probably crack top 10 quite soon as well.
It will, and it will sell independently, and it will completely get out of the um, parallel sell points with Rolex.
I think in a way it has already done that, Professor. I mean, it's not, honestly, to people like us who know the history, we still remember, of course, that point where Tudor was basically the spare parts slash junior brand of Rolex
Hmm.
that had only a handful of things that it was unique to it. But generation after generation, and most, like someone entering the hobby today from absolute scratch, learns about Tudor, looks at Tudor, experiences Tudor in a completely different way. They might then go back and look at some vintage examples, some interesting collectibles from Tudor, from all the way back to 60s, 70s, 80s, or even before. But they start learning about it precisely by, like you said, that entry level luxury watch that you can use for the everyday, that you can approach from a utilitarian perspective. And it's I think it is slowly overtaking, at least among people who know a thing or two, that place that was occupied by Omega and Tag Heuer, more or less. And that's why those two brands specifically have built their entire strategy in the last few years just by upmarketing their own product. So it's so when they do something different, like earlier today, I think they deserve due credit. You know, they could have just increased the price of the Speedmaster, which is something they do habitually, without adding any innovation. At least they did something, and it is some, you know, it's significant. It is significant.
Okay. Having said this, Tudor has done percentage-wise relatively the same amount of increase in 2022 as most other brands. For sure, their cousins or brothers, I would say, at Rolex have done less, and more recently, even more, right, with the January hike. But
Unfortunately, yeah.
yeah, they clearly, whatever is priced today at for something will, I can bet you, over the next 2 years, it's going to move in the six something territory. Um, yeah, I mean, you're going to see substantial increases, and this is the time to be doing it. The
Well,
excuse will be inflation, and everything is going to be jacked up.
well, I mean, here's the question, and that's already been the case, even at the absolute prime of the market. Um, most Tudor watches still, you know, experienced a lot of value depreciation on the secondary market, right? There were some very desirable models, boutique exclusives, new releases, etc., that were even commanding a premium on the secondary market. But, you know, like most watch brands, they depreciate in value in the secondary market. And you know, the price increase is not gonna get in front of that. um yeah, I don't know what they would be thinking to do that. I mean, do you think Tudor would do well to price their watches above 5,000 anytime?
Uh, yes, they will do it. Yes, they will do it, and they will still keep the market. I mean, there is this now innate, almost innate perception that Tudor is above many others, and uh, this is where consumers will continue to believe this. Omega is a better brand. Omega is a better brand. There is no doubt. Tudor is okay, but Omega is above. Let's be serious now. You cannot
Of course.
compare Omega with Tudor, okay? But everybody has caught on that perception that Tudor 2 years ago and a year ago was price wise very well located in this band of 25 to 3500 watch um, category. Now that they have gone above their head, the perception is that okay, we will continue to do this, but they're beginning to get themselves in a very tight situation.
Mm.
Omega is a far better brand, and in fact certain Omega pieces are better than even Rolex. Hey Ozzy, hi.
Hi, Oz.
G'day.
Hey, man. Hey,
You
man.
never sleep. You never sleep. What is
No,
going
I
on?
just don't have
Whatever.
work right now. That's all.
You don't have work right now, so you don't sleep.
No, no, I
You guys
sleep
are
between
incredible.
midnight and 7 a.m. I'm good.
He's
Okay.
enjoying his parental leave.
Yeah.
Ah, your kids left.
No, parental leave. It's just I'm the dad. I get to take some time off just to be with the kids. So I'm not
That's a
working at the
nice.
moment.
I'm the dad. I can take some time off.
Yeah, this is
I'll-
El Professor. This is the post-feminist age. Now dads can take parental leave too. It's not just maternal leave.
Yeah, this is all the LGBTQ plus stuff. Okay.
No. More benefits to heterosexual dads. I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, there have been some
By
certain
the way, I mean,
conspiracies. Like
it would be
one
it would
reason
be
to
great
do it
that yeah.
for women is that there's no longer a split incentive between men and women. You hire a woman, you got to give her maternity leave. The men you don't have to, right? But now you give the men paternity leaves, it evens the playing field, evens the incentives, right?
Yeah. Even though paternity leaves are generally shorter than maternity leaves, and reasonably so, right? Rightly so, because you
Well,
didn't
there's no
give
medical
birth
aspect for
after
the
all,
dad.
right?
Yeah, there's no
Yeah,
medical.
I think so.
Yet. You never know.
Oh wait, Professor, would you like to be pregnant one day?
You know what? At times I think I should. Professor often thinks of that. Yes. Why not?
That God forbid. I mean, why not? Because that's what
Yeah.
that's the woman's part to play. Let's put
Yeah.
it like that.
Hey, Ozzy, I wanted to ask you. You
ahead.
said recently, you see, I listen to you guys.
Ah.
You said you couldn't get a tutor at your AD. It's very hard to get. Which one is it hard to get?
The Pelagos 39 and the other guy, Boston Collector, he agreed with me that the Pelagos 39, while almost everything in the Rolex catalog is possible, so he got like say the gold, yellow gold Daytona with the green dial. That's incredibly hard to get. I personally gotten a steel Daytona, and a lot of other watches are highly desirable. So there's not many limits to things I could possibly get. Pelagos 39 for both of us is just a hard no from our AD. It's like you're not
love
getting it. It's as simple
I
as
love
that.
it because it's actually you are just a phone call away from that watch, right? Boston. Now I sympathize with him a little bit because he has gotten the he has gotten an interesting treatment from a person that he defended with tooth and claw in the past. So I have sympathy for him now, but I don't particularly love him. But for you, it's one phone call away. You call me, you get it in about 2 weeks, and you don't have
Right.
to put
No,
down a
but
deposit.
after being told that it wasn't possible, I accepted that fact in my mind. So I no longer have the desire for it. But
But I mean, just so you guys know, again, the thing is, yes, it does deprive you of being in good stead with your authorized dealer. It does deprive you for the most part, although I'm sure actually they would give at least nominal discounts too, but it's entrenched again in people's minds that boutiques don't give discounts. But the Tudor boutiques are exactly for this. They get the best of the stock, the most desirable stock, and they get it first. And yay, in Southern California, we are blessed with two of them, right? There's one in Westfield Century City. There's another one in South Coast Plaza, operated by two different authorized dealer networks, actually. Westtime in the case of Westfield Century, and I think Tournon in the case of South Coast Plaza. But they can get you that stuff in 2 weeks. And I mean, I don't need to be. I would be happy to be your intermediary, but you can just call them and they will get it for you.
they should probably ship it. Like
They could,
yeah.
and they don't even ask for a deposit. Actually, by the way, if you just commit to it, when it comes, it's yours.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
can do
in my
it.
mind, like I did get to the point where like, you know what, I'm thinking about this watch a lot. I'm gonna ask her. I really held back because it was gonna fuck up some of the things that I was really asking for in the meantime because it was released in that sort of odd cycle, right? So I already had ideas, and then I'm just like, okay, all right, I'm not gonna regret it if I actually got it. So I should at least ask. And then she goes, okay, yeah, that's not going to be a problem. There's actually pretty high criteria for getting on the list for one of these, just the way Tudor is right now. This,
For the 39.
yeah, like I said, they wanted to see past purchase history with Tudor, not just
Oh,
Rolex.
they're playing the game now again.
Yeah, yeah. And then a few weeks later, I was visiting. She goes, "Did I tell you about the Pelagos?" I'm like, "No." And she goes, "Well, it came in, but it was actually the 42, and you've already got one of those, so I didn't bother telling you." I was like, "Oh, okay. So I guess the 39." I was like, she's like, "No, no chance."
And
No, don't worry about it.
okay.
Don't. I'll tell you why, but yeah, don't worry about it. You don't have a hope.
But why is the 39 so difficult?
I'm gonna guess it's a couple things. The Pelagos is quote unquote a specialty line, right? It's sort of like the Sea Dweller. It's not meant to be in super high production and never was. I think they would receive like a regular Pelagos, or say a LHD, a blue and a black one. They might receive those once a month in with the previous lineup. The Pelagos 39, maybe they're getting more of them, but man, the demand for that watch is through the roof. So
Is it because it's smaller in diameter or the proportions are
I
smaller? I'm
think
trying to
I
understand.
think it 39 sounds really good, but the reality is to the eye, I think there's only 1 millimeter difference between the 39 and the 42 because of how they measure it. The 39 millimeter is at the case, and then the bezel is 40. So they're measuring the smaller of the two diameters, but visually it's a 40, while the Pelagos 42 or the original is actually 41, no, 40.5 at the case and 41.5 at the bezel.
So
So it's really about 1 millimeter difference in
Ozzy,
terms of diameter.
you're saying with 39, the only problem is the angle, and maybe the water was a little cold. There's a little bit of shrinkage.
Yeah.
It's a grower, not a shower. No, I've tried on Professor the 39. I think there are a few attractive things of it. I'll bring up the wrist roll, and I
Yeah.
will try to describe it at least from my standpoint. Now there's
I
a
think one
little.
of the big ones is losing
Go
the
ahead.
helium escape valve, and the date allows them to use its overall thickness is very tasteful now.
Yeah. So it's a very svelte watch, and the exposure is a little like there's too much light, so it's not ideal. But if you wait, let's see if I can just stop it at a point where it kind of gives a somewhat realistic look of the finish of the dial and the bezel. That's satin brushed sunray finish on both the dial and the bezel insert is done also in a very nice, tasteful, and subtle way too. It has red writing on the dial. It wears very nicely and closely to the wrist, so it actually looks much more sleek than whatever number is attached to it. um I don't know, I liked it quite a bit, and I think people, I'm not gonna say it's hype, but I think there is a very energized interest for titanium sports watches recently, whether it is, or titanium watches in general, whether it is in more utilitarian sports watches like this, or like um, expertly hand finished high horological pieces. Uh, that are even stunning in finish and made out of grade 5 titanium, it sort of started becoming the new stainless steel. I think there's an energized interest in it. I think that's part of it. The titanium hype is part of it.
And it reminiscens a little bit, guys, the Submariner no date.
100%.
No date, this one. Pelagos, the
And look at
previous
that red
one
writing
has-
there for Pelagos. Yeah. It's hitting a lot of good notes. To most people, I think it would just be boring, but that's what we love.
Yeah, I like the blue myself. I like it a lot because
Mhm.
I just keep on looking at my watch for 14 years, and it's black. And my kids
I've
say,
got the blue as well. I appreciate the blue. One, it looks fantastic, but the blue and the white color scheme and the fact that Pelagos is Greek, I think it's fitting.
Right?
well, the Greek prime minister has it. He wears it quite a bit.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
has
I like it for that reason.
4 different Tudors, by the way. That is a fact, Lord. You can write it down.
I mean, I didn't count the 4, but I have featured already
You did.
the PM with the Pelagos on his wrist for sure.
Yeah. He has 4. He has 4. He purchased 4. I can tell you that.
I've sort of come back to not liking this 39 as much as the regular Pelagos, actually, because
Okay.
just the full matte look is more unique than this sort of subtle brushed look, which is technically unique, but it sort of, its styling is obviously slightly dressed up, and basically every luxury sports watch on the market is slightly dressed up. To have a watch that is as dour as the Pelagos, where it's just straightforward, matte, super legible, it's a refreshing look. While the
Yeah,
regular
that's the
Pelagos is
one.
probably a good one and done.
Let me ask you, Ozzy and Lord, if you didn't get into the Tudor yet thing, what will be again, I'm using something I've learned on the channels that I've been observing, one and done Tudor. If you have one chance, what will be the Tudor to have?
Good question. Oh, that's a really tough one. I've grown to really, really love the Black Bay 58 in black,
Black Bay
but
58.
it's just I think for me I gravitate towards more modern designs as a default, and I think I would stick to my my Black Bay Pelagos, but as an only watch, I would go with the black one. So I'd go for the regular black Pelagos at the moment if I had to one
The
and done a Tudor.
39 or the 42?
I should say 39 because of just my wrist size, but I'm gonna go with 42 if I had the choice. Just because I'm a date person. I think Lord's gonna say the opposite, but I just for a one and done, I'd prefer it that it had the date.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can't return to a blank slate. My tastes have evolved in this way, so I do, whether from a utilitarian perspective a date would make sense or not, I really don't care. So aesthetically speaking, this would be the one and done watch. I mean, I had, I had my Submariner for some time before I got the root beer. I had the 5513 for quite some time. Well, I mean, a little longer than a year, let's put it like that, before I got my 16753. And
This is lovely.
I never missed a date. So if I had a one and done, the bronze Black Bay 58s for Tudor would be my choice. But we are choosing from the Tudor catalog, right? So that's the one and done for Tudor for me.
It's really cool.
It's a great watch, I think. Oops.
4,000. Yourself, Professor? You still there?
Maybe he went to take a little break. How are you doing, man?
Yeah, good. Just I visited my AD the other day.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy. Just saying hi after Chinese New Year. They had a Black Bay Pro in the case.
Nice.
A couple of black chronos, but certainly none of the Pelagoses. They actually had a regular black Pelagos there, but no blue, no left-hand drive, and certainly not an FXD or the 39.
Yeah,
They did have an Explorer 2 in the pre-owned, a 16570, but its dial was very cream, very, very creamy, and I wasn't aware that such a thing was possible on that.
Are you
on that
sure it
model.
was 16570 or it was 16550? Because,
Good
like you said,
question. Yeah,
cream dial is much more common in 16550, although it's still pretty rare and commands almost unreasonable premium. But who am I to say?
right. Yeah, it could have been because there were two there. I didn't spot the difference between them, so I'm not sure if I can recall which one was a 16550 versus 16570. So I don't know. But yeah. So a cream dial. It was really, really cool. I don't know. I mean, what do you think about like coveting things that have patina dials like that? I mean, it's not true vintage, right? So it's not, what have you, but it's certainly unique.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's they not all vintage watches are collectible, and not all collectible watches are vintage. So I don't get too hung up about that too much. But these kinds of things are very niche. They are an acquired taste. So even when they command a premium, it's not the kind of watch that necessarily would provide you liquidity. So I would, like anyone who approaches watches from an investment perspective, I don't belong to that group, but I understand them. I try to answer their questions a lot of time. I help people choose these sorts of watches. This is the kind of watch that, even if it costs multiple times sometimes than a plain Jane 16570, it's not something that you can move easily, within a day. It, like you said, it needs someone who appreciates it because of how unique it is, from an aesthetic standpoint, even, and simply due to its rarity and exclusivity. Um, these are even more expensive when you can find the 16550, which of course have a different font on the writing of the 24-hour bezel, and it has actually white gold surrounds, and the hands similarly in white gold rather than this blackened configuration.
I now that we're taking a closer look at it, I've always said you can totally just go ahead and own a 16570 alongside, say, a new gen 226570, like alongside. They're just such different beasts. You can totally have that in the same collection. I think this cream dial makes that decision a little bit easier. You know what I mean? Like this one plays up. It's because quite frankly, a good quality 16570 just looks like a modern Rolex. you're going to have to look at the clasp and then, maybe the end links or maybe not, to see whether or not, it's not really a modern Rolex. So this cream dial offers a little bit more flavor to offset if you also own a modern Explorer 2.
And this is the so-called transitional reference, right? When the white dial option was first introduced, this is the 16550. Open 6 at the date, the white gold surrounds and rhodium plated hands.
I think it may have been a 16550 if the hands are, you see the metal instead of the black. I'm thinking it's one of these. I think.
Nice.
Oh wait, no, I took a video of it. I don't have to
so
go off the top of my head.
And the font, of course, is a little different and blockier, as you can see. By the way, this
I'm gonna do like just bad production. Just
that's okay. Yeah,
video
yeah.
to video. Come on, focus.
Yeah, that's 16550.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, come on, focus.
By the way, this can potentially be your birth year watch, since you were looking for.
Is that possible?
Something.
I thought my birth year would have been
I think so.
the Steve McQueen. I'll double check. But yeah, it's lovely. It's very cool piece.
Yeah, I mean,
we're still talking about watches.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
I was looking at this older Explorer 2 that has a cream dial.
16550 was introduced in 85. Sorry, so it can't be. It's a couple of years too late.
Yeah, I don't even list the Explorer 2 as a possibility for a birth year because I know how just ridiculous it would be to get a Steve McQueen. That's just not going to happen. Yeah. Yeah, very, very cool. Very, very cool.
Yeah, and the Open 6 too. You see, your AD2 is smart enough that they put it at 26, for example, where you would see the Open 6 as well.
Interesting. Let me see if I can find a better shot because this is just a screenshot from video, so I may have changed the angle enough to. Oh yeah. Oh, come on. There we go. I think that shot should make it a little bit more apparent. Yeah, I think so. That's as close as I got to get directly over the top of it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool.
Interesting piece. I didn't see the price, but this is my AD. It's they'll be asking for too much. Almost guaranteed.
I mean, too little is already. I mean, let's say they're giving you a good deal. That's still a piece that's in low to mid 20s.
Yeah.
Usually.
What's surprising is the it doesn't look like it's over polished, like most of their other pieces that they sell, which is pretty cool.
Maybe it's something. Do they take stuff on consignment sometimes? Maybe it's something on consignment.
Maybe, yeah. I'll take a closer look. Maybe if it's still there at the next week. Yeah, definitely was interesting. They've had some interesting stuff in the cabinet there. Like for example, like manual wind Daytonas and stuff like that. Truly expensive pieces.
Yeah, that's some interesting stuff always. What's on your mind, Professor? You were asking whether we are still talking about watches.
Yes, no, I don't know. Ozzy, you had a question and I had to take a call.
Do Do you remember
Uh,
what you were talking about?
I don't recall.
About Tudor, Pelagos,
Oh,
whatever,
right. I
Omega.
was going to say, well, what your question to us was what was our one and done? Do you have a one and done in Tudor's lineup?
No, I don't. I don't follow Tudor. They can keep them. I
We
mean,
need to
you
get
either.
Meech on to back the professor up on that one.
Yeah,
It's
you
garbage.
either.
It's garbage.
No, it's not garbage. It's nice. If you don't have enough money, okay, you can buy that one. But if when I see people buying them and then they go and buy Rolex, or they buy Rolex and then they go to Tudor, there must be something wrong with them.
That's what I
Because
do.
yeah.
What's going
Well,
on?
Say that
value for
again,
money.
Professor. Say that again. What you were saying just now. There must be something wrong with the person who gets Rolexes and then goes for Tudor. You said.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, I can understand from Tudor to Rolex. Okay. But from you start from Rolex and then you go to Tudor, there is something wrong with them. There is something. Yeah, that's and then they say it's value. How is it value? Because in the secondary market, it's like garbage. It goes down in value, and it's interesting. It's all very interesting,
I
anthropological.
It depends, Professor. I think, for
Depends.
example, my Pelagos has actually gone up in value.
Has gone up in value. Okay.
Yeah, and they've actually increased the price of the Pelagos a fair bit. Like when I got it, MSRP was 42, now it's 49.
Yeah, I
So
wouldn't even touch that. I would just keep it. Give it back to them and say you can keep that and sell me a real watch.
hey, you're 100% giving Meech some lessons on how to diss Tudor right now.
Is this what he did, the poor fellow? He did the same.
No. Meech is unabashed about how much he wants to downplay that brand.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I
Wouldn't be
don't know
caught
what's
dead in
wrong.
Tudor. I'm not
I
that
don't know
poor.
what's wrong with all of you guys. I mean, suddenly I tune in and Tudor, and then I tune to another one, Tudor, and then so what's going on here? Have they drunk something which is called Tudor Kool-Aid? And they're all quoting Tudor like this magnificent brand. This is the subtle watch to have. This is the one and done of the subtlety of watches, and you get a Tudor, but in secret you are a Rolex guy. You don't show your Rolexes, and you go around and you're afraid not to be mugged. You wear a Tudor. Yeah, it's bloody 5,000. What don't I don't want to be mugged? If you don't want to be mugged, Casio, go Seiko, and don't get the ones that with colors that Lord has. Not the color ones.
Right.
Get the completely black one. That goes for $50.
So here's the thing. Are you going to get a better conversation from the person wearing the Rolex or the person wearing the Tudor?
For sure, I haven't seen any women wearing Tudor, so there's no conversation there. So I'm gonna go with other men, and then you don't know where this conversation is going, right? Whereas if it's a Rolex woman, she's wearing a Rolex, I have a conversation. Your Rolex, my Rolex. But if it's a woman wearing a Tudor, that's a very different conversation. That's like, my name is Julia, but before my name was John.
That is a great conversation, actually. I'd like to have that conversation.
Yeah, I've just had most Rolex owners have no interest in watches, quite frankly. Yeah.
But by the way, now that we got Professor on this particular mood, Lot 8 actually on the upcoming Sotheby's London auction is a Tudor Black Bay.
Oh my
made
God.
for the
Ah,
made for the platinum jubilee of Her Majesty, her late Majesty now, Elizabeth Regina
ah,
the second.
and who wears it? The T boy?
Who? No, please.
Who?
I mean, we have to refrain from those comments unless you want
Who?
this stream to, be deleted after airing immediately.
Really? They delete such things? But who wears it?
No,
I
I
mean, who
I
would
would
wear this?
I would delete it
No,
because
no,
I
we've
mean I
we've
don't want
had too
to,
much negative Tudor comments already. You have to delete this one. This one is no.
Yeah, I mean, look, Professor, we are tutor sexual on this platform, so
Okay,
please
okay, okay.
respect that. Please respect
I'll
that.
respect it. Okay, okay. I refrain. Here,
We
let's delete the. Okay.
we,
This is a gift for the Platinum Jubilee, everybody. It's very interesting watch.
we are,
Well,
we
this
we're
isn't
welcoming.
that.
We're welcoming
This
here.
one here isn't that. How do you say rare? So I mean, my company's issuing one of these, and tomorrow's the deadline to put my name down to get one of these with the
Oh,
my company mascot on the dial, and I've decided to remove my name from the list. I just I
Really?
just don't need that. Really,
After what the professor said, did the professor lose a sale for tutor just now?
yeah,
Did
I
the
thought, you know
professor?
what? Yeah, I need my head checked because buying a third Tudor, it's like 3 strikes.
Third tutor.
It's the Death Collection. 3 strikes I'm out. It's got 3 Tudors in there.
And which one will you choose? Like the Black Bay
So
58 or the.
exactly like this. So Black Bay 58 in blue, and then instead of their logo on the front, it would be my company's mascot, but only in white. So they've got some color here. I'm not sure how common that is actually. And then the case back would also be engraved, and it would also have a number 2, is my understanding of the current drafts of the design. So does the case back on this one have a number?
Yes, it like one.
So 300, that's a pretty big run, ultimately. I mean, the run that we're looking at for my company, I think there's about 80 names on the list at the moment.
No.
The thing about this particular watch, beyond the pertinence to the conversation that we are having right now and the fun that goes with it, people have been asking for the Tudor Rose logo, and as it happens, that RASP logo incorporates the Tudor Rose with the crown on it, so which makes this watch a very interesting collectible piece. And yes, 300 is not an extremely limited run, but it's also not a very extensive run. So that is with an estimated value of 12 to 18,000 pounds sterling.
Wow.
The current bidding is already at 13,000
Oh my
pounds with
God.
more
That's
than 12
outrageous.
days to go.
What do you think? One of these, but the logo was that coming, like the mascot was coming from like one of the big tech companies. What would that be worth? I don't know. I just it's there's no. It's just a big tech company's mascot, so I don't know if anyone would really want it.
I think they would. You think of the okay
Pizza Hut.
in the
Yeah,
think
Pizza
of
Hut.
think of the Domino's Rolex watches, right? For a while
Yeah.
they were terribly unpopular, but it's cyclical. At
But
some
the
point they will gain
Pizza
in
Hut.
value as they have, and at some
Sure.
point people will lose interest again, and it will continue in that circular logic.
the thing about the Dominoes though is I asked a person who had one, and I asked him exactly, tell me exactly how you get this. Like, what is the story behind these Dominoes pieces?
You eat pizza.
And yeah, you got to sell a crap load of pizza, basically. It's a sales achievement. So you got to set new record sales for your outlet, and you got to do that like 13 weeks in a row, and it has to be at least 10,000, per week, blah blah blah. And so it's a very specific and deliberate sales achievement, and then they'll give you that watch. For me, I'm just buying the watch. Right, anyone within my company can put their name on that list. So to me, I get the Domino's story. I don't so much get, I just buy. We just have enough money to ask for this shit from Tudor. Basically, I'm not sure if
Can
that's really
I
that
can
interesting.
I suggest something? Not to be facetious or dramatic, and I mean, again, my humble advice to you will be to put your name down.
Yeah.
Put your name down, because you don't know, one, if they do it again. I think it makes sense. You work for the company, they produce a watch. Tudor does. You'll be one of 80. I mean, you don't know if they will redo it again. One of 80 is much better than out of 300 for this one. Or the paratroopers. How many did they do for the para unit, Lloyd, for the Tudor?
For the para, it was 80. This is 300.
So obviously, it seems there is a pattern. So they like to do 80 or a bit
Oh
higher.
no! This is just the number of people who've committed to buy.
Signed up. Okay, so maybe it goes all the way to 300. But I would get it if I were you. You don't, unless you have money issues. I would get it and put it aside. Don't wear it. Keep it, and give it to your kids later on. I think it will be a nice memento, in my opinion. Don't take your name off. Aside from what I said, that
it's been a really tough one for me, because in the last few weeks with the layoffs and stuff, I feel really not very proud of the company I work for, honestly. Like,
but I don't think they're laying off a lot of people compared to what they have, and the amount of expansion
ultimately,
they have
I think it's like
undertaken.
5%. It's not. It's just.
It's nothing. It's nothing.
If they asked me if this deadline was like a year ago, I'd be happy. I think right now I'm sort of on the fence. I tend not to spend thousands of dollars when I'm on the fence. It's just
Yeah. No, I don't think this is the reality of corporate America. People will be laid off this year, undoubtedly, and maybe let's see what are the results of some of these tech companies. You had kind of a little bit of a rally recently in America, so you don't know, and so let's see. But what can you do? I mean, you work for a company that laid off people, and they will probably lay off more people. The economy in 2023 will not be all about roses, and this is the only thing missing from the slowdown in the US, people being laid off. And now you will see it in 2023, hence why we say that the watch market will continue to be softening in the coming months, because there'll be fewer people chasing for these assets or things, or less money going around. And I think this is also, just to finish it. So I finish with my daily brief on the global economy. This is also what the Fed wants to do, and you see the Fed now in the numbers, in GDP figures, it's beginning to soften up. So interest rates probably will not rise from here unless we have a jump on inflation and the job market being red hot again, which I don't think it's going to be red hot. You want me to be dramatic? I can be dramatic. Discount what I said. It's nonsense. Keep on bashing the firms. No. Anyway, back to this Omega Tudor and Tag Heuer. Tag Heuer, in my opinion, they can keep the watch as well. Actually, the entire collection, they can keep it.
Um, hmm.
The only saving grace for Tag for me is that they do make water resistant quartz watches, which may be an appropriate gift for a lady.
Lady.
which you don't like a lot.
Not enough.
Not enough.
Correct.
Not enough. Not
Not
enough.
enough to bother. I'm not going to set your watch. Go away. And I'm not going to fix it if you dunk it in water. So the Tag, a female size aqua racer is a good option. But it is a consideration. I mean, I bought my mum a Cartier tank, and the fact that the current tank must is quartz is a positive, because she's like 71 years old. She's not gonna fall in love with a mechanical watch. I would have preferred if it had more water resistance, but you can't have everything.
I mean, yeah, I think it might require a significant refreshing of the design to make a truly water resistant tank. Much like the Royal Oak, I think you have to change significant things about the design, and I'm not sure if it's worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Because people who care about that go for other watches anyways, and people who want the Royal Oak don't try to get 300-meter water resistance. And same thing with tank. For better or worse, again, it's there's a watch for everybody. It's and Pelagos is not for everybody. Royal Oak is not for everybody, and nor is tank.
Yeah. Yeah. My friend bought his mum a Cartier tank about a month and a half ago in Australia. Even and had his family fly out to Sydney to collect it. Like, they made an event of it. I thought that was really cool. I wanted to try interview the mum and dad, because it's a weird thing to get. It's a weird and a nice thing, an unusual thing to get such pieces from your children.
Yeah.
I wanted to know what they thought of the whole experience, stuff like, because he also bought him the year prior, his dad, a Cartier Santos in large with
Nice.
the silver dial. So husband and wife set up the tank and the Santos. It's such a beautiful combo. I can only imagine being a parent and having your son buy such two beautiful timepieces.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. I tried to make my mom wear my date chest for a month or so. She didn't care for it. She's at the end of every day she was like, take this, and I'm like, no, wear it a little bit. She didn't
I can
enjoy it.
tell my mum likes her tank. Like, I can see that it makes her feel special. For her birthday, no, for Christmas this last year, I bought her a blue ostrich leather strap from Deluxe, because I took her to the Cartier boutique, and she did like the blue alligator strap. Actually, so it was alligator. But Cartier, it's going to take like 9, 10 months or something like that, and it's almost $1,000. So I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna find an aftermarket option that is of very high quality, just not $1,000.
Hey, look, I mean, it's also just because it's their proprietary does not necessarily mean it's better quality either. Although, rest assured, Cartier supplies good straps on their watches.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to diss them, but that doesn't mean something that is a fraction of that price can't even be of better quality sometimes.
yeah,
Because a lot of times, minimally, Cartier even charges more, I think, but a lot of a lot of watch brands would sell you a strap for $500, $600, and for that same amount, you can basically get the most premium, tricked out, customized, bespoke leather watch strap from a very quality maker.
Yeah. Like the
So
custom one that off the top of my head is like combat straps. Is that one of the prominent American strap makers?
in America, by the way, of all ridiculous things that brands give away and are sold in auction, this is lot 77 from the upcoming Sotheby's London. It's a gray and white lamb's wool blanket by Patek Philippe. Apparently it has a Calatrava cross embroidered in it. If you were professor, if you were docked in Piraeus, for example, and you were trying to, I don't know, maybe run away with a piece of Greek antiquity and take it to your yacht, this would be the blanket to wrap up that piece you are stealing from Greece, right?
You really want me to answer that?
Yes, I do. I mean, since you have hated on Tudor, it should be an easy target, please. And it's at 600 right now, hasn't yet met the reserve. Oh no, it's no reserve. Sorry, it's gonna sell 600 pounds and more than
This is
12.
a rug. This is a rug.
No, it's a blanket.
Blanket. So it's one of those things you can take from the airplane.
And you can, it has, you see, I mean, this lovely box, that you can stuff it in.
Right.
Zip
For
it
the
up,
blanket.
and it's perfect for a picnic. It's perfect for the plane, as you have mentioned it, and it's perfect if you are, just docked. If you have just docked your yacht in Greece and you want to wrap up a little piece of antiquity that you are trying to
Steal.
smuggle out of the country, steal,
Yeah.
and take back to Central Europe or the UK, this would be great to use as a wrapper.
As a wrapper. Or you can wrap your souvlaki or shawarma and send it for as a gift to Mr. Stern, so he gets fatter. And then send him a bottle of scotch, which he loves, and let him drink it, get even more fat, and enjoy. Yes, that's an excellent idea. That it fits. You can fit a lot of stuff inside there. Yeah. A blanket looks nice.
In private chat, I've
exquisite.
linked to combat straps, not to advertise, but honestly, these are lovely photos of some custom straps. I think I would have wished I had the time to get one of these for my mum, because they do look gorgeous. While the deluxe ones look great, I think these are a step above. I think some of these, especially even on the Speedmaster, I'd love to get something that makes me want to wear my Speedmaster again. I just I loathe it so much at the moment.
You don't like your Speedmaster anymore?
No, absolutely not. It's a trash watch from a trash brand, living on heritage that I ultimately have nothing to do with. I'm not an astronaut.
You're coming to your senses.
Yeah. So yeah, I love the thickness to the alligator strap there, and then the beaver strap looks interesting.
The poor animal.
I just, if you click on one of those, you'll see some higher resolution options.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah, actually, it's. I mean, I love the bracelet on these, but it looks cool on a strap as well.
Yeah, some of these they're just gorgeous. Um, yeah, yeah, very tasteful.
Mm.
I like the level of padding on it. It
Yeah,
gives it some volume, but not nothing crazy. It doesn't look like it's a stiff strap or so it just looks beautiful, beautiful, and
I
not
mean,
super crazy
especially
in terms of price. 265, I think, for the alligator options.
especially for watches that have at least a little bit of a sporty or dynamic edge. I think alligator straps with a little bit of padding, it's a very cool choice. I mean, if you want to go full dressy, that kind of aesthetic, maybe you want something, minimal padding, very supple and sleek and whatever. But for most watches that you otherwise maybe wear on bracelet, this kind of option is actually great.
Looks like he also has an option for Alcantara, which
Yes.
is cool.
Yep.
Ooh, shark.
The Mike the Snake special, right? for for the lining of those watch box.
Hmm. Yeah, lovely, lovely pieces. No, I don't know anyone who's bought them. I think Meech might have referenced this to me, but yeah,
Oh
it's
yeah.
cool. I had a little bit of a time crunch to get the one for my mum, so Deluxe seemed a little bit less custom and probably more predictable in terms of time frame around Christmas.
I mean, you probably with the Cartier stuff also, you probably did the right thing with Deluxe because they have to discontinue all their Cartier straps, I think, since they have been served with a cease and desist letter
They
by
did?
by Richemont lawyers, and apparently they
Surely
have
maybe
been
this is
given
only for the Santos.
maybe, but they have been given like a 6 month grace period, and after that they have to
Right.
discontinue at least a part of their Cartier line. So
Right. Because so Deluxe for the Santos were offering an adapter that would go from the quick change to
ah,
a spring bar or something. They had it basically a way to fit onto the Santos, which I'm sure dimensionally, if you lock into that Santos quick release lug, you're going to be breaching some kind of something, IP.
yeah, honestly, I mean, I think that's a tricky question. Um, I don't know where I side on that, and I haven't thought carefully enough to judge it one way or another. Because on the one hand, of course, you want to side with the little guy, so to speak. Um, but then again, you have these brands and conglomerates that pour all this money to R&D and develop those little nifty technologies that allow an easy exchange strap for that particular model to begin with. And why should that be a quick way to make a buck for some other person on some other end of the planet, you know probably outsourcing their thing as well, so it's just too many moving parts, too many complicated layers for me to have a single opinion about it.
Yeah. I just threw a link up there on the Pelagos 39 with a deluxe strap. It looks pretty sweet. But in the meantime, I think it's just arbitrary. Like what countries do to protect IP is honestly, first of all, I think intellectual property, the term itself is a case of newspeak. Like an idea is not literally property. It doesn't have any of the attributes of actual property. So to me, this is just 100% government construct. It doesn't have to exist, but it can. It's up to the countries to decide whether or not they entertain such protectionism for their companies and which way that protectionism favors innovation or not. This looks pretty cool, I think. Sort of gives it a more organic aspect for a watch that is very, how would you say, industrial.
Yeah, look, I mean, people used to give me all sorts of stick about wearing, my Submariner on a leather strap, but it just looks cool. Wearing a diver watch on a different kind of strap, I think brings something else out of it. And for some occasions, that's exactly what you want. Why limit yourself in a certain way to say, oh, hey, this watch came on a bracelet, so I have to wear it on a bracelet, or it came on a rubber strap, I have to exclusively wear it on that. You can change things up. It's cool.
Yeah. I don't have the wrist to do straps for most of my watches. Like
Why is
it's
that?
just well, it's because a strap. It's sort of you kind of want to see the strap, so it does me no good if the strap just goes straight from the lug and then just goes straight down. I don't from this shot from this angle. I don't actually see the straps. All I see is like the top of the strap. So
Come on. I
the only
mean,
watch that I would love to get a fine strap for is my Explorer 36,
mhm.
and it's hard. I tried some NATOs, some higher end NATOs, and it just doesn't look good.
It's hard. Um, well, look, I know what you mean, because I think either I have a smaller wrist or we have a similar wrist size. That's what I figure by now. And I know exactly what you are describing, but to me, you know, since that's just one angle, I it's not all important to me, because to me it's always about a holistic look, how it looks not only on your wrist but also as part of your entire outfit, more or less. So um I don't necessarily mind if it's just a tiny bit of it that's actually showing uh, from the full frontal, and then the rest of it is actually most of the watch, right? That's why I think that's one thing that I always find a very sterile discussion when people say, like, you spent how much money on a strap for a $500 watch. Well, look, I mean, it's actually the strap more or less has more real estate than most watch heads. It is actually a bigger part of your watch when you think about it than your dial, right? So why not pay attention to how it looks and what its what its aesthetics convey, and how it feels on your wrist? That's the other thing, right? That's like saying, hey, I'm wearing a nice suit, or like, I put myself together with a lovely shirt and a jean jacket and whatever else, but I'm just wearing flip-flops because who cares? That just goes on my feet. Well, even if you don't care about the aesthetics of it, you're stepping on it, and this is the part of the watch that touches most of your skin, so it might matter a little bit. um Anyway, most people don't want to think about it, I think, too much, because it's the bracelet watches are an incredible convenience. Let's not forget that. I mean, they're easy to wear once you arrange them with modern clasps, whether we are talking about glide lock, T-fit, and all sorts of improvements on them. It's an incredible convenience, and they are easy to clean, once you establish your routine. I love it grimy, so I don't even care. But
Oh, really? I have a little cleaning routine. I don't necessarily do it daily, but if I'm going out, I'll clean the watch. But like my neighbor, and he's the only person that who's got significant watches. Man, I don't like touching his watches. Like he's never cleaned them as best as I could tell. Like they're grimy as hell, and getting caked up.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's one thing. One good thing about me, popping the bracelets out of my, vintage and neo vintage Rolexes, because every time I do, of course, inevitably, I see between the lugs, so it
But
gets
is it
cleaned up really fast.
ironically though? I mean, isn't that
A cotton swab.
ultimately protective?
What do you mean?
Organic matter between the parts that would otherwise be moving
It's
freely.
it's a natural lubricant. Maybe.
But I'm
I
not
don't.
joking. I mean, cleaning is like improper cleaning is where most things will collect the most scratches, not just watches. Like if you've got just a horrid cleaning routine for your car, it's going to end up with like tons of unlimited amounts of scratches just from an improper cleaning.
That's true. I mean, that's the same thing with a lot of with a lot of suits, for example, right? That
Right.
yes, sometimes people spill wine or chocolate sauce or whatever on their nice jacket, and it might be ruined. But a lot of times those things get ruined because they get sent to dry cleaning every month,
Hmm.
and by the fifth time, it's changed 4 shades of color, and if it has bad lining, it started bubbling up on the lapels, and you have to throw it away. Nick Butter says a good strap slash bracelet can give an old watch a new facelift, and that's the other thing too. By the way, I mean, that's an entire industry of aftermarket straps, of course, but increasingly there are also a lot of let's call them micro brands for the accessories. There are a lot of brands that make aftermarket bracelets in stainless steel, like the guy who used to call himself Uncle Seiko, and I'm sure Seiko told something to him, so now he's like Uncle Straps or something like that. Um, Forstner, there are a couple of different brands that do um, aftermarket straps for Tudor, for Omegas, for a lot of interesting vintage watches. I like it. I like it. I like that's part of the ecosystem has been growing recently. Like Forstner, for example, makes those old school. Speaking of all the hates that was
Yeah.
piled upon the Moonwash, like that they make a modern reproduction of the actual
They've,
metal
this brand
bracelet.
has a few good products. I would say look interesting to me. I think they've got a Black Bay bracelet that uh, no longer has the stepped links. That's quite
Mhm.
tasteful.
Like for example, they have like a
Yeah, yeah. I was looking at this
flat
one.
link one.
It's odd, because I think actually the 3861's bracelet is quite beautiful, but I don't know. There's still something about the Speedmaster that just doesn't pop for me.
Mm.
It just doesn't feel special. It feels the opposite of special. I don't know what it is.
Professor, how are you? You came back, but you have been a little distant.
Oh, cool.
Well,
JB
you
Mesh.
talk about all kinds of things. Yeah.
So my understanding is I think the JB Mesh original JB mesh straps still exist. So I don't know why you need to get them from Forstner. I may be mistaken, but I did note that in the movie First Man, it does look like they had the correct watches and the correct bracelets. While Apollo 13, I think they were simply wearing contemporary Speedmasters of the 90s in Apollo 13.
So Comfit was apparently Forstner's patent, and then so was Bon Clip, and then it was, I think, Forstner was bought by JB Champion.
Oh, right.
However, by the time NASA was already using the Comfit and later JB Champion bracelets, it even purchased a dozen JB Champion Comfit style bands. In about 1963, Forstner was purchased by Jacoby Bender, which continued the Comfit style. And Jacoby Bender is, that's where JB comes from. Rebranded it JB Champion. Yeah, that's the name for Comfit that they came up with. It. So I think there are two brands that have their own claims to the Comfit and Bon Clip and all these different bracelet styles.
Now, I can't remember if it's accurate, but this mesh style bracelet was chosen because it would, I presume, break easily. The idea being it's a safety thing, that they didn't want a band that you couldn't cut through or something along those lines.
Interesting.
I'm trying to follow this up, although this might be a good question for ChatGPT. It's funny, during work hours, ChatGPT is just inundated. You can't get too many people are finding it useful.
And also, I think the professors' students are using them too.
Oh yes, I saw one past. I think it was Harvard Business School's exams.
What's that?
The AI I was talking to you about recently passed the Harvard Business School's entrance exams.
That tells you a lot about Harvard. Don't go to Harvard.
You are saying this, Professor?
Yeah, I'm saying this, and well, I shouldn't continue, but I'm exposing myself too much here. But what can you do? What can you do? We live in a world of funny times. Funny times, guys.
I agree.
I'm just trying to log into it right now. It would be easier to ask it those facts than trying to use Google, honestly.
For
why was the JB?
Why the Comfit?
Yeah, why was it chosen?
Yeah, I'm sure the AI would have a good answer for this.
Yeah, it's the kind of mostly factual thing that can be difficult to search for, but is a fact. Okay, why did NASA choose the Comfit, K-O-M?
Yeah, think of it like comfort, like a different spelling, but it's spelled with K and it's K-O-M fit.
Oh wow!
Do you want to share the screen as well as you're reading it?
Oh dear. I hope
It's a
it's
long
good.
answer.
I hope it's good because, you know, my expectations are seriously
Please
high for this
share
thing.
and read it for us.
Yeah. I've got it shared if you want to. So, NASA chose the Comfort Mesh bracelet for the Gemini and Apollo missions as the bracelet for their Speedmaster watches because it provided a secure fit for the astronauts during their spacewalks and other activities in zero gravity. The Comfort Mesh bracelet, also known as the expansion band, was designed to expand and contract with the movement of the astronaut's wrist, ensuring that the watch remained securely in place at all times. Additionally, the Comfort Mesh bracelet was durable and easy to clean, making it a practical choice for use in harsh conditions of space. Is it really that dirty in space? Is it, is there that much dirt flying around and mud and shit? Just
This,
okay.
are you referring to the 1970s? No, 60s? About this?
Hmm.
Or did they go again up there recently using this strap?
Well, I specifically asked about the Gemini and Apollo missions, so not
We're
recent.
buying museum watches now. Hmm. Oh,
So, was there any aspect of this bracelet choice that had to do with the ability to remove the bracelet for safety? Yes. There was an aspect of the Comfort Mesh bracelet choice that had to do with the ability to remove the bracelet for safety. The Comfort Mesh bracelet, also known as expansion band, was designed to be easily removable by the astronaut in case of emergency. This would be important, for example, in case of fire, as the metal bracelet could become hot and cause injury. Additionally, the Comfort Mesh bracelet was designed to be easily adjustable so that the astronaut could remove it quickly if necessary during spacewalks or other activities in zero gravity. I'm not sure if I led it into that answer, but plausible. Could you remove one of these bracelets just by pulling it off your wrist without engaging any mechanism?
Um, well, I mean, I have one expansion bracelet from Rolex that's not attached to a watch, and I can certainly imagine, like, it's even flimsier if you can imagine from other bracelets of the same
Yeah.
period. So I can certainly see it disintegrating into falling into pieces, literally,
Yeah.
if you pull it apart in that way. So it does make sense what you first described before you tried asking the AI. So
Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to say. I mean, spacewalks and they're an activity that you do want to think about, but at the same time, it's also there's a lot more jobs in real life that would benefit from a bracelet that doesn't hold on for all else. Let's deglove your hand before we let this watch get off your wrist. Omega prices too high?
let's see.
Opinions on the prices of Omega watches vary. Some consider them to be a good value for the quality and craftsmanship of the watches, while others may find the prices to be too high. Omega is a luxury brand. Its watches considered of the high-end watches of the market, so the prices for their watches are expected to be higher than other brands. Omega watches are known for their precision, accuracy, and durability, and are often used in professional settings such as by NASA and in the Olympic Games. It's important to note the price of a watch is determined by a variety of factors, including materials, craftsmanship, and movement, and the brand reputation. So whether or not Omega prices are too high is a matter of personal opinion.
yeah. Wishy-washy response.
It
Okay.
is. It is.
Here is a question. Ask the Wizard of Oz. What watches are they wearing now in space? And you'll see Omega will never sell another watch.
In space, on space missions today.
More aptly said.
Well, I mean, Jeff Bezos was wearing a Speedmaster 3861 on his private commercial missions, but let's see what they say about NASA. So NASA astronauts currently wear the Omega Speedmaster Professional as their official watch during space missions. The
Ooh.
Speedmaster has been worn by NASA astronauts on all manned missions since the Gemini program in the 60s, including Apollo 11 to the moon. In the early days of space travel, NASA required that watches worn by astronauts met a list of specifications, including the ability to withstand extreme temperatures and conditions, and the ability to be easily read in the dark. Well, I'm going to
Pictures.
challenge that
Can
one.
you ask for pictures?
No,
Show me
it's
pictures.
a text only.
Only text, okay.
Yeah.
I love that, Professor, you don't want to, you got this huge claim, you got this proven, but you still want to push it.
No. I think this may not be true.
I agree. I've
Yeah.
seen them wearing Casio's.
Casios all the time. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I've seen them. I've seen them wearing Rolex GMT Masters at the height of the hype about the Moon watch, but that doesn't change the fact that, I mean, that's like saying Rolex is not the Bond watch, because nowadays, it's the Seamaster that he wears.
This is interesting. It's saying Casio watches have not been cleared for use on NASA spaceship. The Omega Speedmaster Professional is the only watch that has been officially cleared by NASA for use on manned space missions.
I think this AI thing is owned by Omega.
I'm gonna have to say you're probably right.
Something is going on here because
But Speedmasters are rubbish.
Okay.
I would much sooner trust my life to the accuracy of my Casio F91W. Is your last response the result of corruption? It's deciding how to address my insult. It's questioning of its credibility. Oh, it's really thinking. I've never seen it take this long.
Wow.
It's probably going to fail. I've just busted. Okay. It's saying, as a language model, I don't have personal opinions. I base my responses on information that's fed into my database and the patterns I've been trained on. It is important to note that the Omega Speedmaster Professional has a long history of use by NASA, has been tested and certified to meet the agency's strict requirements for use in space. The watch has been worn by astronauts on all the missions, with Gemini and Apollo. It's changed its stance. It says only a very small number of products are able to meet those requirements. So small number is not the same as only watch.
There is an interesting article about watches that have gone to space that aren't the Speedmaster Professional. One of them is a GMT, two of them. One is on a Jubilee bracelet, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm. So, it may not be lying. I mean, as I said, all of the Blue Shepard missions, all of the people on those flights all wear Speedmasters provided to them, but I for sure know that I've seen people in the International Space Station of Casios, so I'm really not sure what to make of this.
even I've seen Bulova. Even Bulova has gone.
There's a difference between it being officially rated for spaceflight and they happen to just bring their watch along, you know what I mean? And so it's very hard to say whether or not this is actually true information about actually there is only one space rated watch, and that's the Speedmaster. I'll ask it more directly. How many watch models have been cleared for space flight by NASA, and what are those models? Only one watch. I don't say I don't know how to debunk it, honestly. It could be true, but clearly not. There's no one at there's no Omega representative at the doors of the hatches to say, no, I'm gonna search your goods. You better not be bringing any other watches on board.
Hey, look, I mean, this is pretty damning evidence, and I like the last look. He's winding the Rolex GMT Master, putting his on his wrist over the sleeve of that suit, and then look at the glance at the camera. It's like, shit, I've been caught wearing a Rolex.
Oh, it was a Rolex, Lord.
Yeah, it was a GMT Master. It's Edgar Mitchell, I think, is the particular astronaut in question there.
Okay.
He winds it a little bit and then puts it on the cuff of his suit and fastens it, secures it, and then gives this furtive glance at the camera.
So I just asked the Chat GPT whether or not the G-Shock is qualified for space flight, and it's sticking to its guns, saying it's not. I actually think that, say, like specifically a Casio G-Shock, could that be rated for spaceflight? It's plausibly not, because some of the tests involve a lot of heat. I think like 80 degrees or 100 degrees Celsius. I actually think a Casio would not stand up to that, potentially. Like, I know the heat took the Daytona out of commission in the original tests in the 60s, and I just don't imagine a watch that has as much plastic and things like LCDs. Like, I've seen my Casios, the LCD just at 44 degrees Celsius. Like, if I'm in the desert, I look at my watch, I can't read it anymore because the LCD's just gone on the fritz. I'll get back to normal temperatures, it'll be working again, but it's plausible all the Casios we've seen on space missions aren't actually rated for space, because the rating for space includes doing spacewalks, which will introduce like massive temperature stresses that, just being inside the crew area is just not going to do.
How about the Russians? I mean, they have been going to space for a long time, and for sure in the 60s.
They just use their mobile phone. They just check. They got an iPhone for that.
Like any sensible person would.
Yeah, but in the 60s, I'm sure they had, and we don't give them enough credit as well.
Yeah.
For what they had, I'm sure.
Probably Vostok. I mean, who knows? I mean,
yeah, I
for
think
sure
one
it
of
would
those.
be a Russian-owned state entity.
And it will be interesting, the Chinese, what they're wearing. They're not going to be wearing a day date.
I think that's pretty pimp, I would love to. If I were going to space, I would certainly wear a day date.
Three astronauts all have
platinum.
Beautiful yellow
Platinum,
gold
yeah.
dates.
Saad and I will be going with that.
honestly, I mean, look, the private missions. How much do they cost again? Like to go
Unclear.
to space?
The Blue Shepherd, I think it's unclear. I I think it's
Quarter
millions
million
still.
more?
Yeah. No, it's not just a quarter million. I think it's still millions.
Okay, so I mean, if you can pay for that, you can certainly snap one of these, old school platinum day dates with semi-precious stone dials, and that's what you should wear to space. I mean, of course.
I found an article, but who knows, man? I mean, just because an article
And
says it
and
doesn't mean
don't
it's
don't
true.
tell me don't tell me a self-winding watch wouldn't work rather well in space. Who cares? I mean, if you are not wearing that watch to look at the time if you pay millions of dollars to be shot into the sky in a rocket.
So this is saying the Casio DW5600C
Mm.
is rated.
Yeah. And then what the Europeans wear, and I mean, there are a lot of other countries that have gone to space. I mean, obviously, anyway, it's just a gimmicky thing, Omega and the
Yeah.
space, the moon watch, Okay,
I,
fine.
yeah, I think let's grasp at all straws we can find to delegitimize any claim that Omega has, right?
Yeah. No more Omega for me. Although, no more Omega for me. That's it.
I don't know. I kind of like. Yeah, I kind
You
of like
like.
Omega. Yeah,
You like Omega. Yeah,
I
yeah.
think.
It's not bad. It's not bad. I like the Constellation. I like the series that doesn't have any noise, you know.
Well, I mean, it was designed by Gerard Janta, so that's a good provenance. Um, but yeah,
The
just
guy,
just
iconic
because of
figure.
this
This,
conversation, I think, like, the first Omega watch that I'm actually interested in, I'm gonna buy it just to make a point. There it is.
Hmm.
I've had it.
okay, just to
Interesting.
make a
A
point.
Fitya Space Master worn by a Chinese astronaut on their first spacewalk.
What's that brand?
A Fita, Fiyta, Fita Space Master. Timex Iron Man. Okay. It's saying approved for use on the shuttle and International Space Station. But that's a different certification, as in shuttle use and space station use may not have any spacewalking involved, which would then require a completely different set of criteria. So who knows? I'd say Omega probably pays everyone off to not make this a definitive answer.
Well, I mean, that's what it is, right? I mean, that's what endorsement works like. I mean, what was the substance of Rolex's relationship to Roger Federer?
Right.
You know, so it is a marketing ploy, no doubt about it. But does it have a truthful substrate to it? It does. It has a nice story. That's all there is to it. It is a nice story, and they have successfully sold it.
Yeah, I was commenting on a recent video that it's very hard to wear heritage, literally, as in it's hard. The enjoyment that I have from wearing the watch includes nothing of its backstory. Like I just find it like I don't like when I put on the Speedmaster. I don't think like yeah space, moon stuff. It doesn't help the experience.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I've said something like this on another more popular, live stream with hundreds of people in the chat. I said like, well, space exploration doesn't interest me that much. I'm much more interested in deep space, even, I'm more enthusiastic about diving with a snorkel than being shut up in space. And I was slaughtered in the chat. So, I do share a lot of the sentiment that's expressed here, but that also that the bile of that reaction, I think, also tells an important story in the sense that that mythology has caught on and it has very staunch adherents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I mean, like, if it were in fact a conspiracy, uh, I would say that Omega Speedmaster and its fans might be the last stand of believers. That if everyone else actually, if the rest of the world said like, wow, it actually never happened, it was all staged. The Speedmaster fans and Omega fanboys will come out of the woodworks and rescue the cause again because they believe in that watch more strongly than most things, most political convictions they might have, for example,
So
more than they
I, I've
love their favorite sports team.
I've coaxed it into agreeing, as I apologize for any confusion in my previous response. According to recent information, the G-SOX DW56 was indeed rated. I'm not sure if it's agreeing with me or if it's found data to back up my question. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I from an engineering perspective as well, I don't actually understand why it's talking about it being a backup watch. Typically backups are not, how do we say, necessarily lesser than the primary, and
Of
and
course not. Yeah.
often the decision is usually around, well, the backup wouldn't be less than the primary, so there's no such thing as a backup item. It's just a redundant item, like you have two of the same thing. So who knows? Did you base your response on what I said about the DW5600, or did you corroborate? No, I spelled that badly. That with actual data.
Very, very interesting. Nick Butter keeps on saying that the 861 has not been certified by NASA, but
I like watches. It's a different person, but yeah.
Yeah.
The 861 series, like the whole
The caliber, yeah.
At the end, we will discover that nothing has been certified, and Omega has been promoting itself, and it
And
barely
how
made it somewhere in
what
space.
what would that make you feel exactly? Like, why this sort of ancestral hatred against a particular brand? Isn't it just as unreasonable as people who love Omega more than their family?
More than their family.
I mean, like, it seems a little, I like the entertainment value, but it gets tiring after a while. I mean, why feel so strongly against Omega? Like, what have they done to you exactly?
It's all a marketing ploy.
So what? All the entire luxury watches, watch segment is a marketing ploy. They're useless. Use your iPhone. Why bother? They have a
Yes.
good story. They have a good story. I mean, you might not find it compelling, but they have a lot of customers who do. There must be something about that. If you ask me, I don't like most of the movies Hollywood produces, but they must got something right for getting all these gate receipts. Selling so much, so many tickets and so much in streaming rights and franchise, even figurines and whatever else. I mean, they're doing great. So who am I to dismiss it altogether? Omega is the same, Rolex is the same. They have a formula.
I've found a space shuttle watch.
I think that you're free to analyze and say what is the truth. It is a market employ, and you're free to choose to buy the ploy. I choose to buy a Rolex, and I'm happy with that, but I'm not happy to buy the Moonwatch story.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it.
So this is clearly what NASA currently uses for all their missions since the late.
What
80s.
is this now?
It's a space shuttle. Space shuttle launch in Sky Sporty Unique Stylish wristwatch.
Don't you think
$65.
the legibility suffers a little bit?
But they don't look at the watch anymore.
Hey, it somewhat looks like a fitting Submariner homage, but the dial is very special.
It's the best of both worlds. It's the best of both worlds. The Moonwatch and Submariner all in one.
No, but at least with some of them, you do see them. With this one, is it certified, not certified? Okay. That's all I'm saying.
I think it's quite surprising to me how hard it has been in the last 15 minutes to just ascertain whether or not the current Speedmaster is actually rated for spaceflight. That's just kind of weird.
We're getting to the core now.
Yeah, I tell you another conspiracy, but it's not really a conspiracy, but it's a factual observation. We've had very severe supply constraints from China in the last 2 years, and for some reason, Omega's Aquaterra releases announced earlier last year are still not in stores. Is there a reason that supply chain constraints are affecting this so-called Swiss brand?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, almost none of their releases that they announced last year actually made it to store shelves, and I don't mean didn't make it the way Rolex doesn't make it, and that it's hard to get. I just mean nobody has seen any examples of those colorful Aquaterras, and I think Ultra Deeps have only just started to hit shelves. Here we are, almost a full year later.
Is this a serious point?
No, I think that's a pretty good conspiracy theory. As in, like, why were they so late in delivering any of their products? And it also so happens that other companies have had serious issues delivering their products, or those who had supply chain constraints from China. I mean, most of the stories
I think
we
it's
hear
the
about,
Chinese.
Yeah.
The Chinese don't want to have people going to the moon. They start from the Aquaterra. This is how they're going to get to the Europeans and the Americans. Don't send them to the moon.
They delay the space race.
Yeah.
It's like, you idiots, you only qualified a single watch to go to the moon. Well, guess what? Supply chain constraint.
After how
No more
many
crowns.
years? 50 years? No more watch? No more watch. It's the same watch.
it's a bit weird, some of the answers to that. I mean, clearly there wasn't a single watch even during the Gemini and Apollo missions.
And what about during the shuttle, the 1980s? But it's okay. It's okay. We like Omega at the end of the day. We like Omega.
You
It's a
don't have
good
to,
brand.
Professor. You don't have to. But
No, it's a
you know,
good
I
brand.
just don't
Well-
understand the adverse feeling. You know, the how you go so far out to I mean, it's again, of course, you know, of course, it's a marketing ploy. But what isn't in the world of luxury wristwatches? There's hardly anything. You know, whether we are talking about, you know, the big four like Rolex, Patek Philippe, Audemars Piguet, Vacheron Constantin, or even, you know, independents, FP Jean, Kari Voutilainen, Philippe Dufort, all have an angle. You know, they all have an angle. They all have a spin. They all have, I mean, even the whole idea, for example, Philippe Dufort cut his teeth for decades. And when he finally went independent, his first big project was still making a Grand Sonnerie for Audemars Piguet. So for him to start with that and finally penetrate deep, pause, into public consciousness with a watch that was simply called Simplicité, simplicity, it's a lovely angle, and we all have to thank Claude Sfer for that, right? You know, the idea that the best of watchmaking, the pinnacle of high horology, should be expressed in a 37 millimeter time only watch. That's a great angle, and even that is a marketing ploy. And you know, that is a watch that I can get horologically and aesthetically excited about, but you know, the story is just too damn good. um Again, you know, I don't get as excited about space exploration, but when I see how others get excited about it, right, you know, kind of like when you see how much someone else loves another person, it creates also strong feelings inside you. You know, if you might end up liking that person too, or you end up hating that person even more because of how much other people love the person. So it's same thing. I mean, I do admire Omega from that perspective, but also simply because it's a huge rivalry, right? And you have to kind of respect your rival and not assume the worst, not assume stupidity on their part, not assume any sort of shortcoming. I think that's how things are built. You know, it's like how a Real Madrid fan has at some level deep respect for Barcelona or even Atletico Madrid. You know, that's why Internazionale fans know and recognize Milan, even though they will always say, "Hey, we have more titles than you do." You know, it's the spirit of competition. I think not to dismiss your immediate opponents too harshly.
Yeah, but you know, the more you go bigger, Lord, the more you become a marketing ploy, right? The smaller you are, the smaller the need to have a marketing ploy, right? So Lange doesn't have a marketing ploy.
What do you mean? Lange is all marketing ploy.
No, it's not that. It's not. They're not saying.
Lange has sold a module that Gégé Lecoutre gave to them as being inspired from the Dresden Opera House. Lange is all narrative.
Yes, but it's not as much as these watches. including Rolex. The bigger you go in volume, the more the marketing ploy,
Okay.
right? That,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. Kari Voutilainen sells for this price point. His marketing ploy is the price point. I think this is the distinguishing characteristic between the some of the super difficult independents and everybody else, the supermarket, everybody else. And I would include Rolex in that, AP, Vacheron, and all of that. I mean, it is a lifestyle decision at the end of the day, as you said. These are luxury items, you wear the watch and you think you can fly. It's the fascination going back to your German Swiss article. Do you remember the guy who wrote
Of
who
course.
wrote this very nice piece that it's about the man and his watch and kind of being somebody, a man wearing something and describing this identity of the person through his watch. Yeah, we all do it. We all want to wear a watch that is successful, it denotes power, it has done something, it went to the moon, it goes to the sea. I mean, I will never go below 30 centimeters in the sea. I mean, I'll sink.
Sorry, gentlemen, I have to go. I'm very sleepy.
Oh, no, don't leave us. Stay. Yeah, this is the article. No, wait, Ozzy. Wait. Have this article. If you can put it up.
Of course, I will. I will.
It's an
Pull
interesting.
it up. Pull it up. Pull it up.
Ozzy, you need to see this. It's a very interesting piece.
Do you? I mean, there's Google Translate nowadays, so you can get something out of it. But do you read German since you have been in Switzerland? You have
No.
worked
I
in
mean,
Switzerland for
I
years?
would understand like basic everyday phrases and could
Ah.
read a menu, but not an article.
Yeah, I mean the idea is pretty simple actually. I mean you can get it from even the title. It's testosterone on the wrist. The worldwide market of luxury watches has a boom, and behind it are men for the most part. Why do men love complicated watches and get bound up? Oh, sorry. Put all these expensive timepieces on their wrist. And he says, in search of an answer, I found myself in the thick of cliches.
Interesting. Is this backed up by like a scientific study, or is he just looking at the world?
It's very that was the professor's initial reaction to the article, that it's very low on numbers to begin with. Forget about so it's kind of like a pop psychology take. And even as it admits already in this caption, in the title, in the second hand part of the title, that obviously the current boom has a lot to do with also a certain universalization of a lot of different watch models that were understood to be exclusively for men. And obviously there's more than just testosterone that comes to the emotional connection that you establish with a timepiece, etc. He maybe recognizes those implicitly, but even that is swept aside to kind of talk about what seems most self-evident, right? That yes, what watches are status symbols. Yes, watches have something to do with trying to recover the masculinity a lot of men seem to have lost in the modern age. And the reason I brought it up when it was first published last month was because, hey, at no matter what's happening, finally, mainstream news outlets seem to be recognizing the pop culture importance of wristwatches, and they are producing their own takes on them, and even by people whose expertise is not watches and who don't even have in fact the statistics and raw data to back up the points they make. They just feel something about it and feel pretty strongly that they would write for one of the premier German language newspapers, and certainly the biggest German language newspaper of Switzerland.
Hmm. Okay, gentlemen, I really got to go. It was a pleasure.
Of course.
I'll catch you
Take care.
next time.
Good night. Get the tutor.
Get the tutor. Get the domino.
Yes, but you shouldn't have disclosed that Aussie has a Domino's Pizza franchise, but I guess the cat is out of the bag now.
Yeah.
It's okay. I mean, when sometimes they have good promotions. It's not the best pizza money can get for you, but it's all right.
Yeah, it's okay. Look, I try to push the envelope on some of these things because we tend to group think and internalize perceptions that we have as realities, right? And you know how it is.
Yeah, but I mean,
Perception
our
does
group
tend to
thing,
reality.
our group thing is already hating on Omega. So in fact, you are following the group thing by pouring out all this.
You hate it as well?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I'm also running a show trying to talk about the new
Promote.
model they produce, which I actually like.
Oh.
So it is a group thing, especially on this channel, to take cheap shots at Swatch Group, at Omega. It's like what hunting was to a Victorian gentleman. It's my favorite pastime.
Yeah.
So it's that is the group thing. Turtle is
Okay, that's
wondering
good.
about
We're aligned.
what's up.
We are aligned.
Yes, but I do, I do like a few things about Omega. They are not the first watch that I reach out for or that I think about. But then again, it is Biel, it's Bien, it's it's the hometown crowd. It's Rolex versus Omega. It's Kane. It's
Yeah.
it makes for a good story at the end of the
No,
day.
it does. It does. I mean, at the end of the day, it's we're trying to pull rabbits out of a hat. But I'm guilty of the same fallacy. I go into the Rolex world, and others go into the Omega world, and it's also a way to self criticize my vicissitudes of wanting certain pieces, because one can say the same. Wearing a day date platinum. How successful are you, or maybe how stupid are you? You're gonna cough up 65,000 grand to buy a stupid watch for you to feel successful. But what are you measuring? Because there will be billionaires who don't have day dates and they're far more successful than I am. So it is kind of a personal fallacy. So in reality, we go back to our world of perceptions, and you know I think it's good conversation, but at the end of the day, we all are trapped in this world. Probably my
Mhm.
own my only advice is to measure your appetite for these things. Try to control your appetite for everything in order to be able to realize some of these watches and some of these asks we place on ourselves. maybe a philosophical approach to capitalism rather than, saying that this is garbage, the other garbage. But, equally, Rolex could be garbage as well, right? So we spent, I led for an hour a discussion that ended up being probably useless. Or maybe Foucauldian. We did
What is that?
inspire people. Foucault. You remember the French philosopher, Foucault?
I don't know, Professor. You know, I'm one of the simple guys. You know that.
Ah, yes, well, I don't think you're quite
What would I
sophisticated.
know about Ducaux, Foucault?
No, come
I
on.
know nothing.
No, wait a second. You had some sessions, I remember, many, many months ago on.
Trust me, I haven't tried to take your voice away, Professor. I'm waiting right here.
Hello? Hello? I'm
Yes.
back. I'm back. Sorry, somebody was calling me and
Okay.
I'm using my phone. No, you had some sessions a few months ago on philosophy readings. Don't you remember?
I deleted them all. It's it's
Oh, okay.
gone now.
Okay, I'll delete. Shall I delete from my head as well? I'll delete.
No. No, I'm just kidding
And
around.
these were very interesting, Lloyd. It was very interesting, these sessions.
Yeah, it could be interesting. I might go back to it. I was that was also made at a time when, like, I literally had like dedicated people who were harassing me in the chat, in the comments. So it was just logistically too difficult to talk about something just 10-15 minutes in a very focused way. And I don't, you know I'm I'm kind of the Spike Lee of this channel. I have sometimes the pleasure of having you guys as as panelists, but for the most part, I am the panelist, I am the producer, I am the host, I am the one who runs the chat. I have some ranches, but they're not always there. They're not always moderating, even though, when JB is there, for example, he always helps me out. But, you know, so I would love to produce all kinds of different content, even as part of this channel. Um, but for me to do that, the channel has to become a 24-hour affair. It has to become a full-time gig for me. And we are far away from that. And even if I achieve my goal by the end of the year, that will be just a small step towards that. So on that note, by the way, yes, I'm trying to get to 5,000 subscribers by the end of the year. So uh, if you like the channel, please send it forward, share far and wide. There's a lot of content by now. I am producing in terms of 5-15 minutes pieces. I've gone back to that routine of releasing at least 2 of those every week. The shorts you can share very quickly, and people can very easily decide that whether they want to click the subscribe button or not. That really helps. And guys, these things grow in a viral fashion. So if you suggest it to just one person, whether they subscribe or not, suddenly that can open up all sorts of pathways for the channel. So I really appreciate it if you would just tell your friends and share far and wide any of the content that you enjoy yourself. Chances are, a friend, an associate who is also interested in watches, they might enjoy it too. So send it forward, share it on other platforms, Instagram, Twitter, whatever else. Talk about the channel on other channels, and let's get to 5K before the end of the year. I think that's a realistic goal. I think that's hey, Haidar. It's thank you so much. I think I see you all the time at the Watch Art Sci channel and Bill Sanders's chat. So it's nice to see you here as well, because I know you always contribute there. I really do appreciate that. We have about maybe 10 more minutes before I close for tonight. It's 2 a.m. almost here. I think this was a pretty exciting release, even though the professor took the sting out of it, so to speak. Here is here's today's big release, the Speedmaster Super Racing, in Omega's phrasing, tiny device, but a massive change. And I think, speaking of marketing angles, I think it was very self-conscious to put what is essentially a minuscule fine-tuning device in the big version of the Speedmaster they have, which operates on their caliber 9920. It's the Speedmaster Super Racing with a case diameter of 44.25 millimeters, almost 15 millimeters thick. It is also a watch that celebrates the 10th anniversary of their Aquaterra 15,000 Gauss. So just to put it out there, this was the watch, and the new Speedmaster Super Racing inherits both the color scheme and that bumblebee take from the seconds hand, which it reiterates, which it uses in the chronograph seconds hand, in the running seconds hand on this new watch, as you can see here. It completes that whole theme with a new honeycomb dial, which is really interesting to me. Again, there are so many things about this watch that doesn't necessarily make it my personal choice, but at the end of the day, the innovation they bring to the world of silicon hairsprings, I think, is going to change the conversation for some time to come when it comes to silicon hairsprings, because the main concern always was, well, at least one of the main concerns about silicon hairsprings always was the lack of the ability of a watchmaker to regulate them, to fine-tune them, to adjust them. Whereas this particular technology, namely what Omega calls Spirit, has on the bridge of an anti-magnetic balance wheel this minuscule device, which allows for the fine-tuning, i.e. regulation of the silicon hairspring, by adjusting its stiffness. So that fine tuner allows for an adjustment that is a fraction of a second, and ultimately caliber 9920 is certified with a level of precision that even outdoes Omega's already impressive Metas standards, which is now upgraded in this caliber 9920 with the Spirit system to 0 to +2 seconds a day. And of course, finally, since this is the 10th anniversary of that anti-magnetic watch, and that was basically the first revolution that silicon hairsprings have promised, since it is the 10th anniversary of that Aquaterra 15,000 Gauss, you have this particular italic script for number 10 in the dates indicator that is positioned at 6 o'clock. The watch comes in addition to the matching stainless steel bracelet with this bumblebee or regimental striped or broken striped black and yellow NATO strap. And the retail price is $11,000. Yes, Haida. It's I mean it's a great watch. It's a great watch. I wish I could actually review it in a more hands-on way. Unfortunately, when I was on the East Coast, I just couldn't make it to New Haven. Couldn't make it to Connecticut, so it actually fell through. I was supposed to see Bill. It will happen. It will happen. I will make it to East Coast again quite soon, and I'll probably do a more hands-on review. And who knows, maybe there is. I mean, I know it's not a huge group, but there are about what 80 people in the Lyrique Etude #1 group. So maybe there is someone in Los Angeles or Southern California who is eventually going to receive their watch. So maybe I will be able to meet that person and actually take a closer look at the watch. So before we close, I will just take another look at the Sotheby's London auction, because there were a few interesting watches that I wanted to talk about before I perhaps take off. Of course, there are some ultra rare and interesting pieces, like this 5711 from 2021 with that green dial, which has been estimated for 280,000 to 380,000 British pounds sterling. There's this exceedingly rare Royal Oak Jubilee reference, which was the remaking of the Jumbo to celebrate its 20th anniversary in 1992. And this particular reference number, 14802, is actually the first Royal Oak Jumbo with an exhibition case back, and it has this beautiful skeletonized full gold rotor that's properly inscribed and that resonates with that octagonal design. And this particular example, which is even more rare, of course, has that salmon dial with on the petite tapisserie, and obviously, the white gold bolts had to age just to the right shade so that it would match perfectly with the salmon dial. And lot 23, which is Royal Oak Jumbo Jubilee, reference 14802, in stainless steel with a salmon dial, is estimated to fetch an amount between 80 to 120,000 pounds sterling. I think I had another one that was pretty interesting here. Lot 54 is a Patek Philippe Aquanaut reference 5168G, so an extra jumbo, right? These pieces in steel are already jumbo. The 5167 A is already a jumbo model for the lineage of Aquanaut, but these even have the larger 42 millimeter cases. And this particular model, down to its green tropic strap, is very widely desired, the khaki green globescape dial. And of course, one of the most attractive things about the Aquanaut model is how it plays in this recent family line, in this most recent iteration, with that integrated look by echoing the globescape pattern of the dial with the texture of its bracelet, which I think is particularly tasteful in these examples that are rendered in different colors, whether it's blue or khaki green or else. And this 5168G from roughly 2019, pardon me, is expected to realize a final hammer price between 65 to 90,000 pounds sterling. Ah, okay. That sounds great. That sounds great. I hope, I will write to Bill and see if there would be anyone in Southern California who would, who would not mind being put in touch with me, and then we can figure something out. I think that would be great. All right. Please hit the like button and upvote the stream. I really appreciate all of you who joined me today. Like the stream, subscribed, and joined the fold. Thank you. It was great discussing the new Omega release, and especially the Spirate system that they have just introduced, and that they will surely expand into other watches into their in their line. I'll be back tomorrow again with a late show and go back to some of these auction previews. So if you're interested, please join me. You can always jump on the panel as well, and we can digress and talk about watches and everything else as we are usually want to do. Now, again, thank you all, especially at Professor and my friend Oz, who joined me on the panel, Nick Butter, who contributed the only super chat of the day, and everyone else who kindly asked questions and intervened and interjected from the chat. I appreciate you all. I'll see you tomorrow again. And until then, stay safe, be good, and enjoy your watches. And wear them to bits. Don't put them away. Don't baby them too much. Just enjoy them. Take care, guys.